Good afternoon, and welcome to the October 18, 2021. Yep, I got the right one. Special meeting of the Board of Education. The time is now 5:30 p.m. We will begin with a roll call conducted by our Vice Chair, Director Vu.
Director Carrillo. Here. Director Ellis. Director Foster.
Here.
Director Vu. Here. Director Broderick.
Here.
Director Allen.
Here.
Director Kopp.
Here, sorry.
Thank you. I would like to remind everyone that this meeting is live streamed, and I'd like to move to approve the order of the main agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. That was seconded by Director Allen. Vote, please.
Director Carrillo.
Yes.
Director Foster.
Yes.
Director Vu. Yes. Director Broderick.
Yes.
Director Allen.
Yes.
Director Kopp.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passes the vote 6-0. This time I would turn it over to Superintendent Gothard and staff to lead us through the Envision SPPS updates. Dr. Gothard?
Thank you very much, Chair Foster, members of the board, staff, and community. Thank you for joining us for this special Board of Education meeting. Last week, you heard the names of the schools that the district is recommended to be relocated, merged, or closed after the current school year. While Envision SPPS is not new, last week was the first time you heard which schools are going to be affected. Hearing the name of the school where you work or where your children go to school on this list is not welcome news. I've heard from many community members who will be impacted, and I can assure you that none of them want their school to close. School districts and school boards don't want to close schools either, but we have reached a point where difficult decisions have to be made. This board authorized the framework for Envision SPPS in January 2019. Since that time, 11 work groups focused on enrollment, early childhood, Montessori, special education, language immersion, facilities, and 5 other areas analyzed the data, developed key findings, and provided recommendations on what changes need to be made in order to offer all of our students a well-rounded education. It's important to understand that recommendations presented last week were not a first draft. Tonight you will hear more about the other options that were considered before landing on the final recommendations. You will also hear more about the parents' perspectives on what their students need to be successful and about the impact that these changes will have on staff in those buildings. The reality is St. Paul Public Schools has in excess of 8,000 seats in our elementary schools. With declining enrollment and the lowest birth rates in over 40 years, we have to consolidate. And that means using the data available to make incredibly difficult decisions. Between tonight and the expected board vote on November 16th, there are 15 public meetings with district administration and board members, plus another 18 meetings held by the individual schools that will be impacted. Members of the SPPS community are invited to participate in any of these meetings that they can. A full calendar of all the meetings is posted at spps.org/envision. And board members, before I turn it over to our staff to begin tonight's presentation, it is a lengthy presentation that we have before you tonight, and these are responses to questions and feedback that we heard directly from you. So the purpose of tonight is for us to bring back that information, either that was missing or that is in response to questions that you had. So we'd like to go through that information, and Chief Turner and the team will provide breaks in there for us to engage in discussion. But again, this is in response to you from what we heard last week, at least for tonight's session. As you know, we have several other Monday meetings scheduled if they are needed, and those two are opportunities for us to bring back information from you and from the community. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Turner and our team to begin tonight's presentation.
Thank you, Chair Foster, members of the board, Dr. Gothard. Tonight, specifically what you'll learn is some more information from a parent perspective, starting out with the video that we have worked on with some of our staff and parents. There was a question around utilization and really how's that formula configured and drafted. Also, there's questions around staff implications and what actually happens to staff. We wanted to go over site-specific questions that you had and take you through some of that data, and then finally look at some of the alternative considerations that we did go through, and we have that structured by area. We'll end, of course, with next steps, always with talking specifically about the next meeting dates. Also to remind the board of the timeline that was initially approved with Envision, and to also remind the board and the community with the family engagement model, community engagement model that we agreed to use for this project. And so as we start, I would like to just start with the video and
SPPS achieves is our strategic plan. One of the areas in the strategic plan is an effective and well-rounded education for students. It's really the sizzle in the school. It's those beautiful art displays. It's those theatrical presentations. It's the music and the choir and the band and the things that make school great.
Getting a well-rounded education, I think it is getting the arts, getting science, getting resources from the district to be able to engage with your kids.
When you expose a child to many things, this is how that child's future can change. This is how he can succeed in the future. And this is what I like in St. Paul Public Schools, that kids are exposed to many things. So they keep on learning. All of that opens their mind.
My kids, are in immersion programs and they're in art schools. And so that helps to really give them what I feel is well-rounded, which is just like understanding the real world. And again, like knowing that there are different learning styles and different cultures and that your classmates aren't going to look like you or have the same experiences. Having them in schools where that's how they have to learn already is going to be so crucial and essential as they grow.
A well-rounded education has experiences that are tuned to the standards of PE, science, visual art, and music. When those are taught by the generalist, we're left to the experience of the teacher. We're left to the time that the teacher has to devote to that subject.
When you are teaching science in the classroom, most of the time, you don't do much experiments. So when kids come to a science room, they're exposed to hands-on activities. They're exposed to other experiments that the classroom teacher can't do. So that's why it's very important to have a science specialist who can guide the kids where to go in science, because classroom teachers are not science teachers.
Our performing arts department is vocal, instrumental, and theater. And we rely on each other, and everyone brings their own expertise to the table. And I think because of that, we have a strong program. But when you are able to collaborate with someone, you can take something to the next level that you don't even realize that you could do. To be able to have specialists in all of these different areas to allow teachers to focus on what they're good at and what they love doing also helps students. And the ability to collaborate with everyone that goes
discretionary funds, and it's all based on enrollment. And so the number of students you have will drive the number of teachers you get, and it drives the amount.
School, we fundraised so much because we knew that we weren't going to get the money from anywhere else. And it kind of broke my heart because I realized these are kids, a mostly brown school, right? And our system is failing them. When we're doing this to our brown and black students, it's truly setting them up for failure in the future because they don't have the privilege to gain later in life. Like they don't get an opportunity to play catch up. And it's one thing when, you look different or you come from a background where your parents can support you and get you a tutor. But unfortunately, if you're not reading properly and you're going into high school and you're not literate, like that's going to set you up for the rest of your life. So now that the kids are at a larger elementary school, there are so many adults in the building and they're able to step in and help and guide them and have a more intimate educational experience overall.
I feel like my kids can get anything. They can achieve anything they want because they have the support. And me as a parent, I have it also.
If we can have a variety of classes in our schools, we have a better shot at catching the spark of a child. The arts, dance, theater, music, all of those things create that well-rounded education where kids can find things that they're really interested in and really gifted and talented at. It makes sense to offer a wide variety of things so that they can find who they are and we can help them grow and reach their full potential.
Chair Foster, members of the board and director, or Dr. Gothard, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to show that video. I want to apologize to our viewing audience. I did receive some information during the video was playing that our live stream froze, so parents may not, or community members may not have seen that whole entire video. They were able to hear the audio but not see the video. So again, just want to remind the listening audience that the video is on the Envision website. So Envision envision.sbs.org. You can see the full video. What's most important about that video is really our parents and teachers' perspective, both working at various sites, smaller and larger schools, as well as from our parents. And so I really want to thank our parents as well as our staff for spending that time and sharing their thoughts with us. So really the importance of all of us in this decision to get into a well-rounded education so that we can feel good about offering all of our students those experiences that parents actually talked about in the video. I put this up here, not again to go over everything, but as with Envision we talked about its database. We're going to be using current historical data that we have gathered over the years. And some of you may remember that the district worked with a consultant several years ago on a report called the Winning Students Report. It was a time and period where we were really working with community members, with parents, providing focus groups, looking at data about really how we win students back to St. Paul Public Schools. And exactly at that. And so what I just wanted to bring out in here, and there's a full report. Again, it's on the Envision website as one of our reports that we use to be able to gather our findings and come up with. And this really helped us get to the purpose and importance of well-rounded. Because regardless of what you ask parents, it gets to some of the quotes that are in here, some of the findings that was developed from this report. Whole child development, providing opportunities to explore interests, such as we talked about socially, emotionally, having access to quality enrichment. These are all things that the Envision SPPS is trying to get to with the proposals of the whole entire plan, of the comprehensive plan. Rigorous, well-rounded academics, and this was before, several years before the adoption of Envision SPPS. And we will highlight some of the reports that we use to come up with these comprehensive plan that you have before you, that you will receive as a full recommendation. We will share additional information. You'll see similar comments from the superintendent search. Again, this wasn't something particularly just for Envision, but we don't have to continue to ask parents the same question over and over again to get to the same answer. Our families are sharing and telling us that they want well-rounded access to well-rounded education. And then if we could just start with Director Parent, providing some additional information for the utilization and how we got to our actual utilization data. Director Parent.
Great. Thank you, Chief Turner. Chair Foster, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard, thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. I think what I'd like to share with at the outset is just a little bit of a primer in terms of how we really review our buildings and make sure that we are programming them well and with an eye towards efficiency. Just to make sure that as we talk about specific programs and actions, we have a common baseline for the understanding of what certain numbers mean. This is a question we get in the community quite frequently, so making sure that we're establishing this baseline consistently is important for us. So really, I want to talk about two different concepts, capacity and utilization. Capacity is one in which I think folks have a slightly more natural understanding of it. Where we get into challenges with this in regards to educational space planning is capacity is not about what the fire code says, what can be safely housed on the site. It's really a way for us to look at how do we program a site so that it is tuned to the academics that are going on in that location. So this is really about taking a look at the specifics of that building, the programming that's housed in it, and making sure that we're understanding what a highly efficient building would look like. So that's generally taking each classroom or teaching station, as we call it, because classrooms can be many things to many people, and then defining it based on use per the terms of our student-teacher ratios in the teacher's contract. So it's really about the specific programming in that space, and then an understanding of how often do we expect that room to be used. In elementary school, that's pretty easy. It's pretty much all the time. But once we start getting into secondary schools, it's very tailored to the particular type of curriculum that's going on in that classroom or the content that's there. So really being able to model each one of our buildings based on a theoretical perfect enrollment is sort of what we define our capacity as. In that process, we do take into consideration all of the support spaces for it. In this diagram, we sort of mock in art, science, and specialized services. Those are clearly key facets to all of our buildings. But it also takes into account our ability to serve meals in an appropriate time frame, our ability to have our core spaces, our gyms, our media centers, have those be part of it, even down to how many lockers do we have on the site. So that's really how we try to find the right balance for a building. Utilization is the practical application of that. That's our ability to say, if that's the theoretical perfect model for that building, what is it in real life? So that's taking the actual numbers of students divided by the theoretical capacity to make sure that we know how close to that highly efficient building usage are we getting. So a very simplified diagram on this slide. The classroom on your left is empty. There's 0 kids in a classroom that could hold 24. That's a 0% utilization. The room on the right, it's got 18 students in a classroom that can serve 24, so it's utilized at a 75% ratio. Again, just a simple diagram to help understand the opportunity that's there. And we'll talk about this in terms of the real application in certain buildings as we get into it, but we wanted to at least provide this level of background for the board and the community in this conversation. With that, I will turn it over to Executive Director McCarty for some staff implications.
Chair Foster, Superintendent Gothard, members of the board, I'm here to talk about staff implications. The last time we met, there were questions about what does this look like for staff when we do go through the changes based on the recommendations for Envision. So I'll walk through a little bit of that for you and just give you some information. As mentioned, we will be following contractual obligations. So there's a lot of language in our contracts that dictate how staff are impacted when we are looking at combining schools and sites, if we're looking at merging or if we're looking at closing. The majority of our bargaining units will talk mostly about using seniority. There are a couple that have seniority and bumping as a part of their process. Our teacher contract is a little bit more prescriptive in terms of how we treat staff in each situation. So we've talked about seniority as a way that we will be addressing staff or supporting staff through these movements. So that's one way. Depending on whether it's a merge or a closing of a building, or excuse me, I meant to say combine or a closing of a building, we would be utilizing seniority and possibly the interview and selection process, and that's just the teacher transfer process. Our teaching assistants and our EAs are typically in the buildings and they will not have the opportunity to do interview and selection, but what would happen with them is there's typically bumping that would occur in their bargaining unit, and then we would utilize seniority to determine who would be impacted in those buildings. So we'll very closely follow the contract language as we go through this. In past experiences, we have met with impacted staff just to give them an overview of how they would be impacted if we were looking at, again, looking at combining buildings, if we're talking about merging, closing, and what that means for them. And again, it just is reiterating that we will be following contractual language, so we don't want to do anything that's outside of that and in terms of how we're going to work with staff. There are opportunities, however, for more senior staff, and I believe it's stated in their teacher bargaining unit to volunteer if they would like to be if they are looking for an opportunity to move. And so likely as we're looking at doing this in conjunction with our budget cycle, those teachers who choose to transfer through that would be able to do that. We would not say that you have to stay at your building if your building is one that's being impacted by some of the movements that we're doing with Envision. With that, I'll pause for questions.
I'll open it up to board members. Director Allen?
Did you say what would happen with principals? Was that grouped in with, I missed it. I'm
Thank you.
sorry.
So I did not, through the chair, Director Allen, I did not. So principals don't necessarily have language in their contract, but we do look at seniority in terms of impacting, or we might make administrative decisions on who is the principal that would lead that building. So it's slightly different than the rest of our bargaining units, but that's how we would look at that. One of the items, or one of the things that I did not share, is that we have met with our bargaining units to talk through these staff implications, as well as the type of changes that might happen as a result of Envision, and have been working closely with them around the impacts to staff. But principals would look slightly different.
Okay. And then we didn't have question time for utilization. Were we coming back to that, or?
Chairperson, members of the board, Dr. Gothard. This time, actually, we're pausing now for questions on utilization
The whole
from the
thing?
parent perspective and/or on staffing.
Okay, so in the buildings where the merger would happen, there was a couple buildings that were over 100% utilization. What would happen to those students that are on the waiting list because they could possibly be coming from another disrupted building? How would we manage that?
Through the chair, Director Allen, I'll answer half that question and turn it over to Chief Turner about school selection processes and sort of the student placement process. In terms of capacity, one of the things we like to reinforce is there's really an expectation that capacity is modeled in sort of a perfect environment. So for us, being able to understand that if we go over capacity, we have several school buildings in operations right now that are over 100% capacity. That doesn't mean that there is risk to the students. It means that there's a potential that we may have a couple of kids more in a classroom than we would per the dictates of our teacher class size ratio. There's a whole process around that. Or it could mean that we are pushing our schools to use their classroom spaces more per day than we could theoretically expect them to on average. So in a high school, if we get a school building to use a classroom all 7 periods of the day instead of 6, we functionally increase the capacity of that school while still keeping kids in appropriate spaces. For reference in a lot of the conversations, and we'll get into an example of this later this evening, a 5% swing in capacity, 100 to 105%, really is about a student per classroom in an elementary school. So it's not necessarily a seismic change at that level of variation. Chief Turner?
So, yeah, but isn't there a cap? There's you just presented what the cap was for each grade. If we're at 100%, how are we going to add another student to that?
So, thank you. So through the chair, Director Allen, one of the things I think there's a very good distinction to make is that there is a physical cap of the building itself. And that's primarily what Tom is talking about, the utilization, the physical building. Just like I explained last time, if this room has a capacity for 250 and we put 300 in here, we're over physical capacity of the room. So with schools, at our elementary level, our capacity is more around staffing, teacher capacity. It's not the fact that we can't physically fit any more students in the building. We would just have to add another teacher for that particular classroom. So with an excess of 8,000 elementary seats in our district, there will be very few, if any, elementary schools that are at physical 100% capacity. We have a couple, and Director Perrin's going to talk about that coming through, that are high, that are reaching that. But based on the comprehensive recommendations we have here tonight, I don't anticipate any of these particular reaching that. There is one of them, and like I said, we'll bring that to your attention when we get to that point. But primarily, most of our recommendations or capacity deals with staffing. So when we have students go on a waiting list because we don't have enough room, it typically means that we don't have enough teaching capacity in there. We haven't given them another 4th grade teacher. I think as we get into, if there aren't any other questions about the other pieces, I think the next example that we have, I'll be able to help explain that a little bit better, Director Allen. because we have an example coming up in Area A that I think might help you explain that.
Okay.
Director Carrillo?
Yeah, could you walk me through what that help the public understand what interview and selection means? What does that look like at a site that's getting closed? Say you have two, let's make a very small example, two 20-year-old veterans and three recently hired teachers. All the community wants them all at the new site that supposedly the kids are going to, or this is not a merge scenario, this is a closed scenario. What would that look like?
Through the chair, Director Carrillo, what this would look like is they would have the opportunity to interview for the new building if it's a closed. If it's a closed, no one would have rights to a particular position. If they are merging and going into another building, what we would do is the more senior in that building would remain, and perhaps there might be some least senior teachers who would be impacted. If we were doing a combine of buildings. But in a closing situation, they would have the opportunity to interview for positions in the district at any building that they choose.
So then, technically speaking, the least senior positions at the closed sites will be the ones affected, or also at the one that's that they're merging the positions. And I'm trying to understand who is most impacted here by these decisions.
If it's a closed site and they're moving into a new building, which would be a merge, it would be the least senior staff that would ideally be impacted. We have allowed or worked with the union to have teachers, if they wanted to volunteer, if they're more senior, that they would be able to transfer, and then a less senior teacher would not necessarily be impacted, but we do utilize seniority as we're looking at the impacts.
Okay, thank you. And then this is more of a question for the whole group. I don't know who would be able to answer it, but has there been a cost analysis, maybe less of a cost analysis, but more of an enrollment analysis of what the expected attrition is at each one of these sites, and how many students are expecting to show up at a merge, close, reconfigured school? Are we expecting, and I'm not saying overall, but actually specifically school by school, like are you expecting to lose a lot of students, a few students, no students whatsoever? Because I see some of these numbers, we have, and Director Allen mentioned them, 117% utilization. Is that really with all students just magically transposed, or are we expecting some students to attrition out because they're not going to go along with this?
Yes, Chair Foster, members of the board, Director Carrillo. So to answer your question, for the modeling, we have assumed 100% of students will follow their recommended school or their school where they have a safe site. We know also from historical practices that will not happen. We know typically when a school district organization makes a change, such as the one that the plan that we're putting before, the comprehensive plan that we're putting before, there will be an initial enrollment drop. We saw that also with the start time. That was a comprehensive design choice or decision that this organization made, and that had enrollment consequences, and we saw that. We will also see consequences with this, that there will be an initial drop, I anticipate, in some of our schools' enrollment. Yes, I do. So if that answers your question. Whether or not that we modeled individually or what particular percentage, no, we have not done that modeling yet, but we do know based on historical. I will also say our research evaluation and assessment department takes into account with the projections that when there has been a change, there is some modeling that goes into that piece, so we can make those assumptions about who's coming, who's back, and who won't return.
Thanks.
Director Broderick.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to come back and refer to the slides that contain the information about the winning students report of 2017. 2017 was a very important year for, well, I guess every year is important. But that was the year that Dr. Gothard arrived in St. Paul in July of 2017. And that's one of the reasons, because of his arrival, that I made a decision to seek an election for my 5th term to the school board. And as we look at that winning students report, and I realize I see all of those bullet points, and they are all so good. And I think that what we are suggesting tonight is that what we learned in 2017 and what I was paying very much attention to as we were going to be beginning a new era in St. Paul and a new superintendent, that the people had spoken loud and clearly that they were interested in a well-rounded education for their children. Also very, very high on those bullet points were a call for safe and orderly environment. And at that time in 2017, when I was campaigning for what will be my final term on the board, that concern came up time and time again. Safe and orderly environment. And also there was a real concern voiced to me by many of the people that I talked to about high standards for student behavior. And since we are using winning students for St. Paul Public Schools as a basis for much of what we're trying to do in Envision SPPS, could you talk, Chief Turner, or for that matter, Superintendent Gothard, about how explicitly and this may not be, this question may be a better question for later in the evening for a kind of a summary type question, but, and I appreciate that we need to get through the program, but I guess what I'm looking for is how we could actually say clearly to our public that Envision SPPS is really responding to winning students report that we worked on in 2017, and that was in the foremost part of our minds as we entered the new era with a new superintendent. And so whether you want to talk about that briefly now and then talk later, fine. Hopefully for my sake, your answer will be a little bit longer than my question. Thank you.
I'd like to, through the chair, Director Broderick, I'd like to actually ask for permission to give that conversation and your question and comment the due respect that it deserves. And we are planning at an upcoming Monday session. This board and the community have been really interested in exit surveys. And Director Williams and her team have done a great job of continuing that work. And even throughout some of the initial early steps of the pandemic, it was my era that I thought we had discontinued doing the exit surveys, and they had been continuing. So we'd like to work with our Research Evaluation Assessment Department, bring forth the previous exit interview information, our most current review of the exit survey information of families who have made some other options, align that with the winning school information, and really bring that as a full discussion next week, if that would be of the board's acceptance. I would like to suggest that we do that, unless Dr. Garza, you have anything else to add.
That'd be fine. And thank you very much. And I'll be looking forward.
Vice Chair Vu.
Yes, I just had 3 questions. One is regarding the winning students. Slide 5, regarding express desire, strong academics, quality teaching, small class sizes. All this is about seeing and honoring the child. I keep hearing this out in community about small class sizes, but small is an adjective, is not a number. Can we find out what the range of small sizes is and how, and if that's first of all, what's the effective range for small in terms of numbers? And is that even feasible in a St. Paul Public Schools classroom?
Through the chair, Director Vu, that's actually too, not to deflect, that's actually coming tomorrow night as part of the superintendent's board report, is a full report on class size and the implications that it has.
All right, thank you. My next question regarding utilization for Director Parent. Just based on the percentages, we're not talking about 100% threshold. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about what the percentage means, right? So what would help me going forward is if there's a utilization percentage between like 75 and 85, what does that mean in that school building, right? If there's a utilization between like 85 and 105, what does that mean in that school building? I think that would help me understand. When I look at the utilization percentage, I know exactly what that number means. I'm not like thinking, well, 100%, that's the threshold right there. Do you think that would be more helpful?
Through the chair, Vice Chair Vu, absolutely. I'm hearing a call for more qualitative understanding of what does it mean when you're at 100%. And we can say, well, that's the perfectly tuned, that's the building enrolled exactly as it should be. All the kids are exactly the right age and exactly the right programming. We know that never happens, but so we will find some ways to try and add context to that. I'll point the board back to our use and utilization study. That's more technical. I don't think it's going to get to the thrust of your question, but that's a good complement to, as we're able to develop some more qualitative descriptions, what does that mean? So I appreciate that, and we will follow up on it.
Thank you, Director Perrin. Just one more question about, we're talking about staff implications here, but I'm also thinking about where the families are going. And based on whether the schools are combining, merging, or closing, how does that impact school choice for these families? Will one be prioritized over the other? How does that work in that school choice matrix?
Through the chair, Vice Chair Vu, question. So how that will actually work is that closed school will have the highest priority within the envision. Closed school will have the highest priority. So in the event we have two students that are going for one seat, and there's only one seat left. If a student was at a closed school and where they were competing with a student that was coming from a merged school, the student that was at the closed school would get higher priority to get in. And that's kind of a priority is based on priority of organization order. And so if there were two seats available and they were going against a student that was in a merged school, a closed school, and a student that was just wanted to enter the school because they no longer liked their previous school, the two students that were in, one that was in the merge and one that was in the closed, would get those two seats, and the student that was just coming from another school that had no impact would not get one of those two seats. So it takes into account when there's a competition for one particular seat.
Thank you, Chief Turner. That's all the questions I had.
Director Allen.
I have one more question. So since we know there's going to be a drop in enrollment, are we coming up with like a strategic plan for enrollment or recruitment to help to try to balance that over the next couple of years? And are we implementing it along with Envision SPPS?
Through the chair, Director Allen, specifically with the schools that are impacted, I think that's one of the best examples initially. Our goal is, while we know that what data was saying that we will likely lose some students, that our goal is to work with each and every individual family to have a touch point, starting with the individual school meetings, but then after that to be able to have that individual conversation connection with each family that's being impacted. As we talked before, 10% is a very, from a district perspective, very manageable number that we can work on the individual family student basis. And so what that might look like, for instance, the schools that are in the promised neighborhood, the schools impacted in that vicinity, they have offered to come together and host joint sessions, make calls, use their family success coaches to individually work with those particular families. Met with the representatives from the Promised Neighborhood last week, offered to be able to do that. We will use both student placement as well as our family liaison staff in the buildings and the sites. As well. And, just getting back a little bit to what Director Creel asked and others, this is not what we've said before, a Jackie Turner plan, or this is a plan of the St. Paul Public Schools. And we are all responsible for the work of this district and for the enrollment of this district. And quite honestly, how we work with this at the individual building level, individual classroom level, will also make a difference. Our families trust our staff, they trust our principals, they trust our family liaisons in their building. So as we talk about this, the impact, as we talk about this, once we know exactly what decisions will make a difference on the reaction of our families. And that will be extremely helpful as we move through this. If we have our staff work for our parents saying this was the worst decision ever, and I hate that this decision was made and you never should go to school B because school B is terrible, that's going to have an impact. If we have staff work with our families that work them through and talk them through how this program is a great program as well, it's going to be even stronger under the new plan. And in fact, I've applied to go to that particular school, I've worked with that particular principal, and we'll be able to land this together. That's a very different message and a very different response. Again, and so our individual sites will have a lot of impact on how families are perceived that this change will happen. So I hoped that as we are all invested in this together, I hope that as we are all employees of this district, that we are all supporters of this community, that we will come together once this vote has taken place, regardless of where the vote ends, and put our hand and support around the family, because that's really the most important as a student. So if we're able to do that, and I think we can, we have this capacity within our staff to do that. I think it will land very differently with our families and our parents.
So can we go back to the slide with the classroom caps on it? Yeah, that one. So this is where my concern comes in, is because we have this set up for all these spaces, right? And this is capacity. You have the art, science, and special services spaces. So if we exceed utilization to 110, 115%, whatever, what typically ends up happening is the art or science or special services end up on a cart. And we're not getting the same experience as what we're demonstrating in that video, which is students go to a science lab and they get all of these opportunities to have science experiments and such, because the science teacher is wandering around with a cart. And so what I don't want is that to happen, because that's not giving us the same well-rounded education that we're really looking to achieve in this big plan that's happening. And so I'm concerned about the utilization that goes over 100%, especially because I think that that's a great plan to work individually with families. I think that it would be great for our buildings to work together to give opportunities for families to come in and explore what it would be like to come and experience this other program, because I think that they would want to have their students in a St. Paul public school. So I would anticipate a high number of folks, I hope, coming into the St. Paul public schools, no matter how this kind of plays out. But I am concerned about that overutilization number, because I don't want that to happen.
Through the chair, Director Allen, duly noted, and we will be mindful of that as we move through the plan.
Director Cobb.
Yeah, just building on that, I think it might be helpful. I mean, we're just a week into these recommendations, and so they're sitting heavily in many of our communities, and I think it can be hard to see that place we're talking about where there's maybe some excitement or some feeling of anticipation about what's to come that feels positive. And so I know, maybe short of super specific details, can we describe for people, and maybe this is something for a future meeting, to say these are the kinds of things that we're going to provide for families who are impacted. So that could be perhaps it's transportation from one school community to another. Maybe it's joint celebrations or I don't know, pen pals, between the kids, like just an opportunity for those bridges to be built sooner, because I think about this is still a month away and feelings are very tender. And so the more we can describe how schools will be supported through that might change the energy. It's not going to change the sadness or the heaviness. That's real and that's there. I think we have an opportunity and a responsibility to show what that will be and be specific about it. Is it a facilitator? Is it restorative practices? Is it field trips to visit? Is it virtual conversations? Like just, and that it's going to look different for every school community because everyone's going to need something different. But I think we need to show people that we're thinking about what those things might be, because I think it would feel very lonely. And as we're in a position of trying to build trust with our communities, this is a way we can show that we get it. And then I think building a little bit, and I don't know if I misunderstood Director Allen's question, but it, or maybe sparked something for me, is I think like a second question is, after these, whatever changes may occur after November 16th, looking in the future, will there be specific kind of external enrollment work or marketing or opportunities for those newly merged communities? Because we're not sure what the final capacity will be. Will there be a plan that can be, that could, it's not, it's, sometimes it's a video, sometimes it's new materials, but like what else could be done to recognize, to celebrate, to welcome that school community who's going to be might be doing a lot of work this spring together. I think that would be another bit of information that, again, just shows we're not going to make this decision and then walk away. I think that's on us to make that as clear as possible.
Thank you.
Others?
All right. Through the chair, we'll move on, and I'll just like to thank Secretary Director McCarty, and as we make our transition through the team, Dr. Baum is going to join us for this next upcoming segment. But as we go through, this is designed tonight, again, as Dr. Gothard had said, to answer your questions that you brought forth. And so with that, we've structured the conversation and around areas just to help us keep our kind of our thoughts, but to remind the board that this is a comprehensive plan that is all interrelated as one overall recommendation. And it's very important that as you look through these and consider your questions and draft your questions, understand that one individual recommendation is part of an overall plan that is comprehensive and comes as a whole plan. And I will reiterate that, that as we go through, again, with the recommendation to relocate LNFI lower to the upper campus, again, just point out here, and this kind of answers your question, Director Allen, maybe others. On this slide, you'll see that it says LNFI lower is currently, we're operating at a 45% utilization, meaning that in summary, about half of the building is physically being used with classrooms, and even if you think about the specialists and everything else, about half of the building is actively being used. If you look at the upper campus, about half of that building is being used, which is why, therefore, we feel that both programs can fit in the upper campus. And even at the upper campus, because you get some leverages with the classroom and students coming together, and you don't have to have two different specialist rooms, you're using one cafeteria. You even at the combined upper campus, after this combination or this recommendation were to go through, we'd still only be at 77% utilization of the building. So there still is some room. But specifically for Director Broderick, you asked, well, when and what happened? And so this is just a short summary of the kindergarten applications, and that's really our entry point of really look engaged. So if you start at the bottom of the applications and then look at the number of kindergarten section, and again, this also helps with Director Allen's question. Back in 2016-17, that's just a year we chose to go back to. But at that particular year, we had 87 applications for kindergarten. That equated to about 4 sections of kindergarten. I believe they are a low poverty school. Is that correct, And Chief Collins. Okay, so which means that they have 26 seats per classroom. So with that, they needed about 4 sections to be able to honor all the applications that came in. So even at 4 sections at the lower campus, if they would have had the applications, we actually had more room to add another 2 kindergarten teachers. But of course, we're not going to put in 6 kindergarten teachers if we only have applications for 4. Because then we would have had excess capacity, meaning that we would have had too many staff and not enough students for that particular, according to our class size agreement. So the building had room, Director Allen, for that, to have 6, but they only had enough applications for 4. Then as you go through the continuous years throughout the timeline, in 18 they dropped a little bit, but then in 18-19 they dropped by really 20, at least almost 20 students. So that's almost a whole classroom. So as you think of this, your points are every time you drop by at least one section by 26 students, that's a whole classroom, a whole teacher less of students in that particular school. And so they had a little bit more than 3 sections, but not quite enough for 4. So then that's why we dropped down to 3.5 of kindergarten sections that year, because they had only 64 applications. And then you can see they almost dropped in half the next year after 1920. So you can really you can see literally the decrease in applications and the amount of sections. Now, one of the things I want to point you to in that year was also the year that they had pre-kindergarten students that were in the building. So even though they only had 45 applications, they needed to have 4 sections of kindergarten because they had pre-kindergartners rolling up. So one might say, if it wouldn't have been for those pre-K students at that particular building, automatically having a guaranteed seat for that school in kindergarten, they would have only needed, they wouldn't have needed even 4 sections of kindergarten. With 45 applications, only 45 new applications, that's actually about 2 teachers. So you can kind of see, Director Broderick, the history there of how they've gone from 87 applications down to the most recent year, 27. So when you ask the question, well, what happened and how did they lose enrollment in the school, they just had fewer applications requests for that particular program. In a magnet school, we are able to look at the applications that come in, and then we're able to staff the school accordingly to make sure that we have enough capacity in that school to honor the families that are attempting to get into that particular program.
Is there any explanation as to why La Tour du Nord lost its luster in between 2016 and 2021?
Team members, are there any anecdotal information that you'd like to share with Director Project? We have shared earlier that is around the time. We also keep in mind we had Jiming, our another language immersion, very popular. So we found that families that were, if you look at both schools' data, as one was kind of going up, the other one was going down. So families that had an interest in immersion, they were elected among the immersion programs, and a number of them chose Jiming. And so we see that correlation, that direct correlation between those 2 programs.
And of course, and this may come at a later time, or tonight later, or maybe next Monday, but in the last many years at St. Paul, we have come to the realization that single immersion and dual immersion programs are really not only attractive, they are fundamentally, really educationally, tremendously sound. I personally know for a fact that the benefit of a person being bilingual at an early age. My own mother, who had only an 8th grade education, was one of the most intelligent women I have ever met. And she learned English and German simultaneously because she came to North America at the age of 6 months. So I am a tremendous proponent of dual and single immersion programs, whether it be our French, Spanish, Hmong, or now our Mandarin Chinese. And so as we look further into SPPS, just as I ask about the connection between SPPS Envision and safe and orderly school environments, I want to be assured that we're not going to lose that tremendous edge we had back in 2016, 2017, when we were riding kind of high in terms of saying, you know what, St. Paul's with it in terms of immersion. And of course, any of us that have visited any of those immersion schools, whether it be the single immersion school or the dual immersion school, we get that understanding that finally we in America have learned that citizens should be able to speak more than one language. Sorry to, as some of you know, I was not present for a few meetings, and so I've been so excited to get back that I've been a little bit more long-winded, but I had to put in that plug for immersion and the fact that as we look at SPPS Envision, that we make sure that we are doing everything possible to make sure that St. Paul again leads the way with immersion. And as a matter of fact, I'd like to see somewhere down the line, it'd be nice to see immersion programs in other languages. Thank you.
Through the chair, we're ready to move on to area B. There are some things that we'd like to point out here with the recommendation with Highwood as part of the overall plan, is that we want to make it very clear that the recreation center will continue to operate and be accessible to the community. I think that wasn't something that was specifically stated last time, and it might have been misunderstanding from the community, and so we want to make that very clear. That space that's physically attached to the school is a lease space from the city. We just had a meeting with the city this morning. They do plan to continue that lease, do plan to continue to support that portion of the building as a recreation center and allow the community to have access to that. That lease, of course, is with the St. Paul Public Schools, and we have no intention on not honoring that lease. So the recreation center will continue to remain open in spite of the school, if the board votes, in spite of the school being closed. The also wanted to be very clear that there are a number of meetings that are coming up specifically with that community, particularly with our Somali families as well as Karen. But there are school-based meetings that are happening. Also working with the Office of Family Engagement to have a special meeting with the Somali Parent Advisory Council, or the PAC, as well as the local mosque in the area and local elected officials in that particular area to just so we can understand and discuss really the impact of this decision on that overall community. Just wanted to point out this was some information that was brought up last time, but wanted to provide some additional clarification. Among the two apartments that we talked about, which were Shamrock Court and Afton View, are two apartments within walking distance. There's about 520 children according to the most recent census data. And within that, of that, about 59 students actually attend Highwood Hills. So the question there really is, as you all have said before, what is it that we can do? What work needs to be done? What conversations need to be had with parents in that community as to why so few of them actually choose Highwood Hills? The block that you see in the map, that's actually Highwood Hills. That's actually the school. And where you see Afton View, that's literally, I think most of you have been there, but that's literally almost in the parking lot of the school. And then Shamrock Court is less than it's walking distance, about a quarter of a mile. So it would be considered within our walking distance of the particular school. So that overall recommendation does, individual as a part of the plan does stand as previously recommended, that Highwood Hills were to close and students would be absorbed and be welcomed at other Area B schools. I think you've seen this chart before, so I won't dwell on it unless there's a question, but it's basically just to show that there are about 59 students that actually lives in Highwood Hills area that would go to other schools. The other particular, where you see 18%, 13%, 7%, those are actually already students who live in those. They attend Highwood Hills, but they live in the corresponding other Area B schools, such as Danes Bluff, Battle Creek, and Eastern Heights. As we continue on to Area C, there was quite a bit of questions and conversation, so we did want to take the time to really help explain this recommendation.
Chief Turner,
I'm sorry. Yeah.
do you want to pause at each area so folks can ask questions? Or you want to go through a block?
Chair Foster and members of the board, I will certainly adhere to whatever the board would like to do, but we had suggested that we go through the whole, all of them first and then come back, because some of the questions may get answered in upcoming parts of the presentations. So please take notes of your question, and then when we get through each area, after all the areas, we'll stop and pause. If that's okay.
Thank you.
Director Parent.
Thank you. Through the chair, members of the board. When discussing John A. Johnson merging with Bruce Vento, we wanted to highlight a couple of components of this based on the conversation last week. As you can see on the bottom of this slide, we wanted to add some clarifying information. Again, Director Allen, I really appreciated your comments about the impact of scheduling and utilization. What happens when you have to start programming more things into a building than necessarily the building was designed for? I think that's such a wonderful sentiment, and I appreciate you making it. There's a lot we can do. So in that vein, we wanted to highlight throughout the Envision SPPS process, we've been using school year 2019-2020 numbers, so pre-pandemic enrollment numbers, in order to not have historic shifts from the pandemic influence decision-making excessively. So I wanted to highlight, as we talked last week about that 115% enrollment at combined Bruce Vento, that is using 2-year-old enrollment data. When we start looking at the current enrollment as of this Friday, you'll see it's actually below the capacity of that building. So, not 115%, but 97% of the capacity. I do want to just reinforce, and I'll probably say this every time we talk about capacity, that 100% line is not magic. There are ways that we go over that through, again, increased schedule use of rooms that are otherwise dedicated to other purposes. There is some flexibility working with school programs around that. So I want to highlight that is not an ironclad number. I wanted to give a little bit more too about just the Bruce Vento pause. The presentation we gave to the board back in 2019 really highlighted the strategic value of the Bruce Vento building, the community that it serves, and the challenges we face on the facility side of things. Ultimately, the Vento building was built in 1971 because of the merging of 3 East Side schools into East Consolidated. And this was a particular school that came about at a time in architectural school design that maybe we make some different choices now on. So it's a particularly challenging building for us to work in. It's a single-story building that has 12 different floor levels in it because of the topography of the site. It makes working in there challenging. And as we got into this renovation process with the eye to make the investment for the next generation of Bruce Vento kids, really encountering challenges at every turn that started to call into question the strategic value of investing in the existing building versus building new. For example, the building code has changed and we now have to design our roofs to be able to withstand more loading from the snow. Well, doing that, in combination with additional mechanical systems that we needed to put on the roof, really made the costs dramatically higher than was the right value proposition for us. So being able to look at that and say, as a strategic decision within the organization, are those the right dollars to spend, or is it better to be focusing in on wholesale reimagination and ultimately looking at a new Bruce Vento? So I wanted to highlight, again, some pieces about this conversation that are known at this point and are givens, and other things that are still in development and still need to be fleshed out. So as we talked about last time, sort of the nucleus of the recommendation for the programming at Bruce Vento is a 5-section K-5 elementary program. That is 1 section per grade larger than the building we were designing to in 2019. But ultimately that represents somewhere in the range of 775 to 815 K-5 students per the teacher contract ratio. So that's sort of the nucleus of this program. In addition to that, we know that we are going to serve pre-kindergarten. We know that we're going to serve students with specialized learning needs. We know those are going to be part of that. Exactly how many and what are still to be determined, but we know that those are going to be some part of this building. A few things we also want to highlight just about the site, as we discussed last time, as Director Broderick so rightly called out. This is one of the few sites where we do have the opportunity to build on the site while we continue operation with the existing school. That's a relatively unique opportunity in St. Paul Public Schools. We also know that because of the size of program we're building and because of how we conceive of school design currently, it will be a multi-story building. It will not just be a single plate. That'll allow us to use the site more efficiently. It'll allow us to build more efficiently, ultimately give us a better school experience. Another given in this process is, again, the importance of community engagement. During the 2019 renovation process, we did very extensive community engagement around what this school needed to be for this community and how we could ultimately meet that goal. And particularly as we think at potentially changing that programming, how do we have that same level of rigor in terms of engaging our community to do the transformational change that we believe we can through this. Finally, the last given, again, so much of this work and sort of the marquee nature of a new school is being able to really reinforce that whatever we do has to be focused on reinforcing the district's achievement and integration plan. So again, just a core tenet and belief in this process. There are a few unknowns that again, I think are subject to ongoing conversation and strategic definition by the superintendent and the board. But it's looking at what are the other options. As we talk about pre-K being part of the site, how much further can we go in our early childhood expansion? Can we look at early childhood family education, early childhood special education, Head Start, birth to 3 programming, things that really have, I think, a multiplicative benefit to our students. What are the other wraparound services we can provide for our community? Those are the kinds of conversations that an envisioning process inevitably entails. So I just wanted to highlight those as recognizing what we know and what we don't at this stage of the game. Finally, I wanted to just pull in some historic data around the size of the site, what the site can really handle on a functional level. There were some questions I think that we're trying to feel around towards, can we have a 5-section elementary school on this site, or is that going to be too big? So I want to pull together some historic data. This is enrollment data at 409 K Street going back to when it was still East Consolidated. So from 1998 was when our data set started. And there's nothing magic about that year in particular, but through 2020, just to show the variation year to year and the fact that we've had 800 plus students on this site historically. That dashed orange line is actually the high water mark from if we combine schools at the 2019 level. So that's about 803 kids. As we currently understand it, it'd be about 100 students less. So again, we certainly have had that many students on that site historically. And then finally, just for comparative sake, on the listing on the side is other school buildings within St. Paul Public Schools that are designed to be 5-section or equivalent school buildings, so that you can see the role that buildings of that size play in our portfolio of both buildings and programmatic offerings. So for additional context around school design and some of the other pieces, we wanted to include those parts of information. And with that, I'll turn it back to Chief Turner.
Through the chair and members of the board, Dr. Gothard, I think the subsequent areas are actually, you had a lot of questions and discussion, so it may make sense to pause now if there's any questions on area A as in apple, B as in boy, or C as in cat. The team would start and ready to take any of those particular questions, and I think maybe Director Kopp, you might have had one.
Director Kopp?
Yeah, it's more just a suggestion for the Highwood Hills conversations that are coming up. One thing that I've heard from some community members, in addition to, obviously some sadness about this recommendation, is, and this is probably well known to most folks, a lack of transportation, like public transportation on the east side. And so if we are convening meetings, community meetings with local elected officials or city officials, if there's a way to bring in Metro Transit. I know these conversations have happened before, but maybe it's a great opportunity to start again, to have this conversation so our kids have an easy time getting to all parts of the city from their homes.
Thank you.
Director Carrillo?
Yes, I have one comment regarding Highwood Hills. Concern that I've heard from community members is there was in the earlier presentation we mentioned that there was outreach and that was being challenged. So I just want to, when you guys meet with the community, to address that. There is a challenge to the concept that there was outreach to the school. I'm not saying that there wasn't. I'm just trying to understand how was that conceived. And I would really encourage us as a district to understand that that's not the school site's job to do outreach. It's our central office's job to form a team to get outreach done. That leads into the conversation about, Bruce Vento. I think in our conversations about the online school, Bruce Vento was one of the schools that lost the most enrollment to online school. And that general site area, east of 35 E has been one of the ones that lost most enrollment to both charter and neighboring school districts. What are we doing as a district? Kind of piggybacking on the question that Director Broderick said, what are we doing to recover that area? There is a large number of students in that area. This is probably our number of students from ages 0 to 17. If you want to dice it, 0 to 4, we're talking about future students. They're all packed in that north area. What are we doing to capture those students? We're building a new building. How are we going to fill it up? Are we going to end up with an empty building 10 years from now? That's a very big concern that I have and that I want to address. I don't want to get to a place where in the future, 10 years down the line, a future board has to make a decision to close a school or to close another school in another neighborhood to merge it because we just built this fancy new school. And so I really think we need to start thinking about how are we going to strategically target the east side, northeast side, and figure out what are the questions that we need to ask ourselves about what we're doing that is making students leave, and what do we need to do to attract those students back.
Vice Chair Hu?
Is that a question about Highwood Hills? Just the students that are in that building right now? I understand that 59% come from the immediate area, but what I'm concerned about is just what kind of students are in there. Are they special education? Are they English language learners? In that way, we can nuance our engagement with them a bit better, because even in those community, we experience those things different among ourselves, that maybe someone who doesn't have those needs in those communities can communicate from practical experience from. That, I think that way that we can really get the story from the Highwood Hills of the people who are still attending there, right? And get a sense of how they feel and what they want. Another question I had is in regards to Bruce Vento and the merging of Bruce Vento with John A. Johnson. I know that the plan is to build a new Bruce Vento, but it hasn't escaped my mind that perhaps that these families that are merging with the current Bruce Vento may not even see that building, right? So what are the expectations around the families that are merging together, right? From those buildings around that new Bruce Vento building? Just, I just want to be clear about that, right? Because the families that are merging into the current Vento building, they're not going to get that new building. So I just want to be clear around the expectations with that. That's all I had.
Through the chair, Vice Chair Vu, thank you for that question, and thank you for calling that out. I'm quickly looking for my notes to make sure I don't misspeak. But you're absolutely right. From the board's direction to build a new design and build a new Bruce Vento school is probably a 4-year process. So today's kindergartners may get to see it, but that's a question mark. I think as we think about interim supports, I would probably turn it over to Chief Collins and Chief Turner to sort of talk about what does that mean as a transitional plan.
Through the chair. Thank you, Vice Chair Vu. I guess I'd want to explore more about the word that used expectations for families. So I think I'm kind of going back to the comments or the questions that I heard from Director Kopp about having an explicit transition plan built in to support that transition from building A to building B in this context. So I'd want to obviously, this would be joint events in terms of talking about that, but in terms of I want to explore a little bit more in terms of what I heard you say in terms of expectations so I could answer your question more clearly.
Sure. I mean, we're merging the two buildings, right? And I just have a feeling that the families that are merging together, the students and the teachers and the staff that are going to be merging together in the current Vento building, I know that they will have some input and some say into the new building, but just what are they getting now, and what can they expect to contribute to the new building?
Through the chair, Vice Chair Vu. So again, I would go back to the context of saying, so each building has a unique process in terms like each building is a unique community in that context from where they currently are. This would be an opportunity for both principals to come together to really plan after a decision's been made in regards to what that looks like and actually do outreach to parents in terms of what voice they want to have in this context. Obviously, we would need to, the budget could be a driver in that conversation and an opportunity to come together, but I think there's also the piece of saying how can we be really deliberate and specific in supporting that inclusion and that transition coming together, asking very specific questions about things that parents value in that context, allows for both buildings to be able to come together to create a stronger, united whole in regards to be it opportunities, be it special kind of thinking about like special events that could be unique to each community could be actually a combined opportunity to create a broader kind of community celebration in addition to kind of other things. But we're going to have to be deliberate. We're going to have to provide more opportunities than we maybe typically would during the spring months and actually during the winter as well to support that.
Vice Chair Vu, just a clarifying question too. When you say new building, I want to make sure that we're answering it correctly. New building in terms of the merged building or the design of the new facility, if that is the direction.
I'm talking about the design of the new Bruce Vento building.
Sure. Through the chair, Vice Chair Vu, thank you for that clarification. So our building design processes are of this scale are long and robust. For us being able to engender real engagement and feedback from our community, not just the teachers, but enlisting students into the design process are big. They're critically important for us to be able to design a building well, and design what we say with, not for, is critical for us. I'll point to some of the work that we've done historically where students have had a very active, even elementary age students have been very active in designing buildings that they ultimately never got to go to school in. I'm thinking particularly of some students from Adams who came armed with drawings and ideas and really injected a whole lot of energy into some of the very early conversations about the renovation at that school. That's the spirit with which we intend to do our work. That's again a recognition of a lot of those families are enmeshed in those communities for longer than just one student, and oftentimes for a couple generations. So being able to tap that is I think a critical component of any of our design processes.
Director Broderick.
Thank you.
Are you done, Jim? Yes, I would like sort of to tie Director Calorillo's question with Director Vu's question in regard to Vento, because as I see this on very simple terms, we are planning to build a brand new school at the Bruce Vento site. On the short term, we will be moving students from John A. Johnson to the old Bruce Vento School while we are building the new Bruce Vento School. And I heard clearly from Director Vu that there's a concern for those students and making sure that we are recognizing that they're going to spend possibly a year, 2, or hopefully not 3 years in the old building before the new building is completed. Would that be, what would you say would be the approximation on that one, Director Parent?
Through the chair, Director Broderick, it would probably be 3 to 4 years before we were able to have students in the new building.
So therefore, as Director Vu asked the question about our concern for those students that will, in fact, in the fall of 2022, be moving from John A. Johnson to Vento, and they will be there in the old Vento for anywhere from 2 to 3 years. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Director Broderick, I think 4 years is a possibility.
Okay, 4 years. So then back to Director Calorillo's concern about us being responsive to that community, and hopefully that Vento school will draw kids from, and thank you, Director Carrillo, in all my years in St. Paul, I've never heard that term northeast side, but it is very, very definitive, and it is a very important distinction to make, because we think sometimes of the east side of this, but that's the northeast side. Thank you, Director. You helped an old man out. I learned a new term. But you know what? With the northeast side, as the director pointed out, we got a lot of kids there. And for whatever reason, a lot of those kids of school age have chosen to go to charter schools, or maybe even gone across the border to adjacent public school districts. And I am very concerned about us being responsive now, like now, for the next 4 years that Director Vu is concerned about, and for the future of that brand new Bruce Vento school, named after my dear friend Bruce Vento, who was a junior high teacher in Minneapolis. So could we, and once again, I may be bringing up broader questions that may not be able to be done tonight, but I think I hope that everyone that was listening to me talk now sees that I'm very concerned about us making this major investment, which I'd love to see happen. And I'd love to see each side have a nice, beautiful school. And I want to make sure we're taking care of as best we can the kids in the interim, and then the kids down the line. And thank you, Director Correa and Vu, for helping me kind of put those two thoughts together. Anybody wants to respond now, or I would appreciate once again to have a follow-up.
Through the chair, Director Roger, what I'll just say is I made a note of that we can look at where Area C students attend. And I just didn't want the board and community to forget that we have a number of magnet schools that in the vicinity area. We have Farnsworth, Upper and Lower, we have Mississippi, St. Paul Music, just to name a few, just in that area, too, that families have access to in a bus for that particular, that live in that area. But we can bring a more comprehensive list next time.
Okay, and thank you very much, Chief Turner, for pointing that out, because absolutely, and as a biggest fan as a big fan of St. Paul Public Schools, I certainly want to point that out, that many of the kids that live in that area who have chosen not to go to Bruce Vento have chosen to go to other options that St. Paul Public Schools provides for them. And so absolutely thank you for bringing that up and somehow correcting me, because I wouldn't want anyone listening to think that I thought that every kid was running away from St. Paul. They are not. Thank you very much, Chief Turner.
Director Cobb.
I'm just talking about like kind of the enrollment and in that area. I don't know if this is the right time to talk about it, but is there a vision of this area as having some early learning support? And when I think about like one thing that could drive growth in the future, it could be providing like a early learning hub or something in that area. Is there a plan for that? Did I dream that, or is that a thing that we're looking at?
Through the chair, Director Cup, yes, that is one of the, well, it says here unknown. The only unknown part about it is the size and the capacity of the early learning within that area. We have identified that site would be a welcoming place for our youngest learners, all the way up to our 5th grade. And so what organizations, what partners are in the new Bruce Vento complex, I'll call it, would determine really on the community engagement part. But we do envision for a significant part of the building to welcome our 4-year-olds and possibly even 3-year-olds.
Thank you. And then that's also, we talked about this, I think it was last week, about that John A. Johnson's an Achievement Plus school. And so the opportunity to bring that there is an intention to bring that programming, those services to Bruce Vento, which is another kind of advantage of those, could be a draw, could be a real benefit to that community as well. And that the cool thing about the design process for the building is really being able to create the spaces that schools with wraparound services require. So if it's a clinic, if it's a food pantry, if it's whatever those spaces might be, that it can really be intentionally designed in a meaningful way with the community.
Dr. Gothard.
Just shared what I agree. Intentional spaces for families and partnerships.
And just as we move on, to address, we have had some initial meetings with all of our, with some of the partners, and I'm sure all of them will respond the same way in the earlier conversations have, that our partners are partnering and providing services for our students and families. So wherever our students and families are, that's where their support will be. And they don't necessarily follow a building, they follow the children. And so, and particularly Achievement Plus, but Wilder has committed that programming will follow the children. As we move into Area D, there's just really a clarification here that we just wanted to provide really as we look at well-rounded. One may have asked, well, if you get to a enrollment number of Cherokee as 138, that's not a sustainable school and option. And we wanted to point out that figure does just include the Riverview community coming over. It doesn't account for the large percent of Cherokee families that we believe will stay at Cherokee. And we wanted to point out about half of the families that currently attend Cherokee live within a quarter mile of the school. And those are the families that we really do believe will also stay at Cherokee. Again, this is some of the work that we will do more intensely with the school community and as we work with the families and really find out. But given that about half of the families actually walk to Cherokee, we believe that they will choose to stay. So the combined enrollment will be closer to about 300. And this is where we did have the bulk of the questions we heard from the board. And so we did want to take the time to be able to give the questions and the concerns that were brought up with this recommendations in Area E. And we have a very experienced panel here tonight, so hope you allow me to invite our panelists up that they have particular areas that they would like to focus on. But here for Area E, to start out, the recommendation we'd like to talk about first is really where recommendation is to close Wellstone. That would to close the Wellstone Spanish Dual and this merge that with Riverview. And the second part of that recommendation is to close the BioSmart program, which is one of the district science magnets, and families would go to other district science magnets such as Farnsworth or Crossroads, or obviously their community school would be an option as well. As we looked into this particular, I think there was a question on, well, where do the Spanish and BioSmart students go? This is really just a chart to say that in historical in 1819, 1920, and then the 2021 school year, you'll see for, as you look at the Spanish program, dual Spanish program, that the majority of the students followed their pathway into Highland, and that's what you would want to see in a language immersion. They would follow that and continue that on in middle school. And they have chosen to do that. So the highest percentage of those students in the last several years have chosen to go to the Highland Middle, where the dual Spanish immersion program is offered for them to continue and join their peers currently both at Riverview as well as Adams. And then as we look at the BioSmart, historically you can see that there's been the bulk of the students from the BioSmart have attended Washington as you look at the total numbers. Although as you look at Washington and where the bulk of their students come from, the greatest percentage of Washington's incoming sixth graders come from actually Bruce Finto. So a different way of that being said is that the largest number of students currently at Washington follow their pathway. And let me say a little bit about their pathway. When students have a guaranteed pathway from one school to the next, student placement actually does that enrollment. They actually reserve a seat. So we, from a district perspective, where Dr. Krill said it's the district's responsibility, that is something that we do take on. So families do not have to do anything other than show up for open house or show up for the first day of school. They actually have a guaranteed seat. In this particular case, if you currently attend Washington BioSmart, you have a guaranteed seat at Washington. So that's likely the reason why the largest number of Washington or Wellstone students move on to Washington. And you can see where some of the other schools that they attend in middle school. And in order for them to get to Farnsworth or to get to Global Arts, those families are making an active decision. They're actually fill out an application. They're making a conscious decision to leave their pathway. And I wanted to just quickly show this map as we move on into some of the other data to just familiarize yourself with how far those particular programs are from each other. One is relatively close to downtown. The other one is closer to the north end. And as we looked at the data, I think this was brought up before, the comments was made, there's a number of families that live in the Wellstone, they live real close to the school. And so what this chart suggests, and I actually showed both Wellstone and Riverview, these are the areas that I mentioned last time. So Washington is actually Wellstone is actually physically in Area E. So about 22% of the families that attend the Wellstone school, not necessarily BioSmart or just Riverview, but the Wellstone school, about 22% live in Area E, where the school is physically located. So comparably, about 67% of Riverview students live in the area. So if you're kind of working with those two and can kind of comparing, and you want to impact a fewer number of students, having them require them to move furthest from their school in which they actually have the ability to travel the least, or actually even walk to, you would like to go with the recommendation that we have prepared with Wellstone moving to Riverview. Because we're requiring with this particular recommendation, if it was flip-flop, for instance, 67% of the students that actually live closer to Riverview, we would be requiring them to go to Wellstone. And that is not the single reason why this recommendation came through. It's just another data point that this board asked, and actually some community members were making, that there were a significant number of students who actually live real close to Wellstone. And in that argument, this would suggest a greater number of Riverview students live closer to Riverview. And I think it might have been also mentioned that there was a large number of students that actually either walk or live real close to the school. With Wellstone, according to our recent data, with the BioSmart program, about 6% of the students, or 18, actually walk to the school. And with the Spanish dual, about 4%, or 10 students, walk to the school. And with that, I believe there was also some information regarding the program, and I'd like to bring Dr. Wilcox Harris up now to continue on with the Wellstone presentation.
Madam Chair, Directors of the Board, Superintendent Gothard, we wanted to provide you with a deeper context around the BioSmart programming at Wellstone, as well as the dual language programs, and a little bit about that investment, which started way back in 2012, the BioSmart investment at Wellstone. And it was co-led by some very deeply rooted science folks in our district, both Science Supervisor Marty Davis, who has been at the podium many times, and the district science coach, Greg Childs, who is with us tonight. Mr. Childs currently is a specialist with the Title I funded programs, but he has done extensive work in science coaching and with the science program at Wellstone and across other schools. So he's here tonight to describe those partnerships that were put in place, as well as the programming and experiences that launched BioSmart. And with that, I'll welcome Mr. Childs.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard. My name is Greg Childs, and thank you, Dr. Wilcox Harris. And as Dr. Harris said, I'm currently in Title I. The 20 years before that, I was in the science area in St. Paul schools. I taught at Gaultier for 7 years as their science teacher. I was a district coach for about 9 years with K-12 science. After that, I was at Battle Creek and Crossroads as their curriculum coordinator for science and STEM. And then after that, I was at solely at Crossroads for 4 years as their STEM curriculum coordinator. And then most recently, I was at eSTEM, starting eSTEM as their curriculum coordinator in STEM. And just got off of being back at Maxfield teaching science there, going into Title I. So I do have extensive knowledge of the BioSmart program here at Wellstone. It started with Assistant Superintendent Osorio bringing the science supervisor and myself in to make this pathway into Washington. We had several meetings in 2012-13 school year with the staff at Wellstone. And at that time, we created focuses for each grade level and then partnerships that would coincide with each grade level. So for example, at 5th grade, we decided life science was where we wanted to target because of standards and testing and things like that. So we coordinated with Bellwin. And at that time, each 5th grader was going to Bellwin one time based on the 3M grant that Mr. Davis and I also helped write. So we bumped that up to 3 times extra for Wellstone. Plus we brought Bellwin staff here prior to them going out there to further enrich that programming. At 4th grade, we extended our partnership with the Bakken Museum in Minneapolis. We were not able to go there because of capacity, so we brought them in each time. So again, we extended their coming here beyond the twice to more like 6 times they would come here and work with our students. And then at 3rd grade, we furthered our partnership with Como Planetarium, which is also one of our in our portfolio. And again, it was 3 more times beyond the 1 time they would go out there just for Wellstone. We used 3M money to pay for it for the first 2 years. And then it was expected that Wellstone would take over that financial burden of getting students out there and keeping these partnerships going. Along with that, K2 was going to create their own units, standard space, that would incorporate reading and things like that with their BioSpark coordinator. So after about 2015, I fell away from my support at Wellstone because they were not calling me anymore. So we continued to reach out and things like that. It was explained to us that they had too many initiatives going on, so they wanted to focus on dual language more. And I think there were some other things going on, but science was not prioritized as much. I continued to reach out, but but even during that time in 2013-14, I was physically going in and supporting them by teaching lessons and moving that into their space. So I think I've coached many teachers across the district, and I think the science specialist who is there now is one of my coachees, if I'm correct. And I think thinking about a strong pathway, I think in my experience, the Johnson-Farnsworth pathway is the strongest in science. They have a coordinator that coordinates pre-K-12 in their STEM and science instruction, aerospace. So I would say that's probably the strongest actual pathway going on. When I was at Crossroads, that was another strong one that also feeds into Washington, where we created various collaborations. It was more of a STEM model, where what we did in technology blended into science or engineering or the other parts of the aspect. We also brought in partnerships where we did aquaponics through for each grade level. And so I think I'm struggling with strong science. I think it's average science at Wellstone. They have a great science specialist, but I don't know how far it goes beyond that, like I see at Wellstone or at Farnsworth through Johnson or at Crossroads. And I think we lost a lot of science teachers back in 2015, and my position was cut. So I think a lot of that just fell off because of budgets and things like that. I've been cut from district science coach. I was budget cut at Battle Creek from my STEM position there. Crossroads when Principal Carty was, when she retired, and then at ESTEM. So I understand how that budgeting process goes. So, so with all due respect, I think science is good at Wellstone, but I think it's also average based on the work we've put into it district-wide. Dr. Harris, anything else? Anything else?
That's good. Thank you, Mr. Childs. I think the board appreciates hearing kind of some of the history of that. I also know that we had questions about the current state, and so on the slide, Madam Chair, Directors of the Board, Superintendent Gothard, if you look at the slide on 2019 to present, talking about struggling to maintain a biosmart focus, and that is understandable when there are competing priorities. I myself was a principal with 2 different school focuses, and it is a struggle when there are competing priorities. Many of our folks do it every day, but it is not the easiest thing to do. And then this year, we were able to apply our ARP funding to add the ARP temporary funding to add a science person. And with that, Dr. Bamu will highlight some of the aspects around the immersion side of Wellstone.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, Director of the Board, Superintendent Gotho, and thank you very much for explaining clearly what you did with the biosmart history there, because it's as authentic as has been shared with him by Mr. Childs. So if we take a look at the data again is just the demographic of our immersion programs across the district in terms of race. And if you look at it clearly, for our Spanish 2 ways, which is to be expected because it's a 2-way English-Spanish, we tend to have more Latino students. And then Native Americans, as you go all the way down, Blacks and whites. And it's just, it's comparable data if you take a look at it in comparison to Adam, which is a 1-way immersion program. Again, the statistic speaks for itself in terms of comparison. And we've become an increasingly diverse district, and our programs tend to attract particularly students who are of particular descent or who are dual language learners. And then we take a look at the 1-way immersion program, which is Adam Spanish and LNFI Litwa and Jiming. Again, it's similar to what we just took a look at. There's in comparison to the past 5, 6, 7, 8, or 10 years ago, our demographic has changed again increasingly. And Adams has 48% Latino students, and Litwa have 14%, and Jiming has 8%. If you go all the way down, you see there's an increase in our continued increase in our Asian population as with regards to Jiming, and somewhat decline of white population. And Litwa, if you take a look at the Black, there seems to be an increase there because of French-speaking West Africans who come into our district. And so the data is as the data we see in our 1-way in comparison with our 2-way, I mean, they're comparable in terms of in speaking about, to some extent, comparable when you think about the race represented and particular groups of students evident in particular language group. The exception a little bit will be French, by virtue of the fact that there's still more white families opting to choose to go to French, to the French immersion, and there seems to be an increase of, like I said earlier on, of our Black families. And then we have the 2 races. And from the little I know, it's this is as accurate as it can be. So, sorry. I was also asked when I met with the French immersion group, which is going to be an ongoing meeting, We've met 3 times, and at the same time, meeting with the Spanish immersion group. We're going to meet 3 times, and I did say to them there are going to be subsequent meetings year-round, just like we did with the Hmong immersion program. The key questions we focused on was we put data in front of them, and we said, considering the data, is it viable for XPPS to sustain more than one campus for a well-rounded immersion elementary school? When this question was posted, was brought before the French immersion students, they all unanimously, parents and families, the unanimous agreement was that it was not going to be viable, that they would not be able to grow their program the way it is in 2 campuses, and did ask for their recommendation at that time was to merge, and I shared that piece. And then we decided that questions 2 and questions 3 were going to be ongoing questions that we're going to look at. We're going to meet bi-weekly or monthly to explore questions 2 and questions 3, and as we exploit the research-based effort to sustain and support a stronger immersion program. And how can we continue to build and sustain a stronger program to a diverse population, reflecting St. Paul Public Schools? Those 2 questions are very, very important, because we realize the fact that it wasn't just about calling particular schools immersion, but to ensure that they are steeped in research and they are research driven.
Thank you, Dr. Bamu. And now, through the chair, Director Parent would like to address the question related to keeping Rice Street vibrant. And do you have the slide there? All right.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Wilcox-Harris, Chair Foster, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard. One of the things we wanted to talk about in the conversation around Wellstone is, I think, something we heard very plainly from the board, which was the importance of this building to the community along Rice Street, and the value of having our presence, our activity, and us be such a fixture within the community, and want to honor that in this conversation. Before speaking specifically to the slide, I do want to highlight the Wellstone building is one of our joint use sites. There is a rec building that's technically attached. It doesn't appear to be, but it's because it's underground, but it's part of the same complex of ours. Much like at Highwood, that rec center programming would continue. That would be something where that partnership with the city would sustain throughout any transitional period with the program. So as we start talking about the building itself and maintaining activity and vibrancy on that site, I want to highlight 2 items that we are exploring. And I want to say for duration of construction at their buildings for 2 years. That will allow us to, again, see some greater efficiency through those other construction projects, making sure that we are maintaining our eye not just on the bottom line of those projects, but also of making sure that there's still activity in that building while we take the time to re-envision and reprogram that space. I do want to highlight that right now the city has gone through a design process, and they have a completely reimagined vision of the Rice Rec Center for that site. No longer would it be up the hill, up close to our school building, but it would be down on Rice Street, focused on comprehensive rec needs for the community. That is a shovel-ready project that does not have funding associated with it yet. I know the city is actively looking at it, but as we think through a transitional period, in our conversations with the city, the focus and the consistent message is about investment in the Rice Street community. And again, this period being a time of reimagination and renewal, and being a time for us to look at how are we serving the Rice Street community, and through the new Rice Rec and our re-envisioning process at the Wellstone building, as well as the multi-million-dollar investment we'd be making into the building, seem to align with, I think, some of the comments that we heard the board on, and denote some real opportunity to leverage this opportunity for what we can. And with that, I will pass it back to Chief Wilcox-Harris.
Thank you, Director Parent. Through the chair, at this time, we are recommending that we take questions at this point, and I understand that there's a request to maybe take a break after this section, but first complete these questions on this area. So we stand open for questions.
I'll open up to board members. Director Carriel.
Sure, I'll start because I have a bunch, so then give you some time to. So I have a few questions. Obviously, we've talked about transportation being the one of the big issues. I think the community has already started speaking about that. I do have a serious concern that we're not thinking about the fact that there's a river with several bridges and access to multiple places, not just the north end, but multiple places where people live to the Riverview site is not ideal. I mean, I think we can, and we're not talking about, one neighborhood better than another or one school better than another. We're just talking about physical location. I do not envy your position because the reverse of telling the Riverview parents you have to leave your neighborhood would also be equally egregious. And so I really do see a big problem in the fact that we will not be able to retain a lot of students, whichever way you move it. And I'm talking specifically about dual language in this case. Two, I have some concerns here about I have a question that maybe you guys can answer off the cuff. Does Washington Middle have a wait list to access? Is that correct?
Through the chair, Director Curley, yes.
It does. Okay. Mm-hmm. So what happens to the students who, from the BioSmart program that will they no longer be able to access that wait list? Is the wait list somehow part of the equation in this conversation? Does it mitigate access to the wait list? Are we essentially saying that if you are no longer in the BioSmart program, you no longer have that tracked access, correct? So it would just be Farnsworth, and what other schools would have access to Washington Middle directly?
So through the chair, Director Curley, so currently BioSmart feeds in directly into Washington, as well as some of the students at Crossroads, depends on where they live. Some also go to Humboldt.
Okay.
But so if your question is, would BioSmart students lose their guaranteed pathway to Washington? That's true unless they were to attend Crossroads. Then we'd be able to honor that. Although Farnsworth feeds into Johnson.
Johnson, okay. And would there be space at Crossroads for all students?
We believe that there would be space. We can prove that out if 100% of the students at Crossroads, if the 100% of the students at Wellstone BioSmart wanted to go to Crossroads, I do believe we'd get into, from the previous 19, 20 numbers, no, with our current numbers, I do believe they would all fit. But we did not make that assumption going into it, primarily because Crossroads is a year-round program. So when it comes to that program, we feel that we really want to work with families and get an active choice in that they really would like to attend a year-round school. It's also a uniform school, and so we don't make assumptions that those are two drastically different situations. So we don't make that assumption for parents.
Yes. So, and it's just a follow-up question too on, what we were doing with, in terms of winning students, 2017, and that conversation we had with, all the questions that we had. How did it come about that, this school got added all these programs. We're talking about EBD, a large number of EBD students, and that's why really the reason why there's so much busing into the school is because all the EBD students from all around the district are being sent there, and also we have the dual language program and the Bio Smart program. What is the expectation for a site like that in terms of being able to provide all three programs, build a community, and then have the rug pulled from under them? So I understand that you guys have some programmatic decisions to make, but the main concern I have is enrollment. And it really is enrollment for the district, and it's enrollment in a critical area where most of the programs that we have are magnets, and our neighborhood schools have been losing enrollment. So we really do need to think about how we're aligning our programs to actually capture students. And as we said earlier, we're expecting a drop in enrollment from this. I do have a concern that we've been talking about the what if scenario was 23, 24. We're expecting a big drop in how do you call it, in kindergarten enrollment, and a loss of funds that are going to be coming through ARP. So we're kind of going to hit a wall, and in a certain way, we're kind of saying to certain schools, you were fully enrolled. Now we're actually going to make it harder for you to exist. It's very concerning. It's very concerning, not just for the school, but really for the district as a whole, in terms of making sure that we are fiscally responsible. Now, continuing the school forward, I do have some, hope that there could be a solution to being able to bring about re-envisioning of the program, but not with an immediate closure like this, which would actually handicap enrollment in the district. Do have one question, which is, you guys are talking about a lot about race, about Latinos, but I have a concern that we're not talking about specifically what's attracting people to a program. And I understand that Spanish speakers who want to retain their language are going to be attracted to the dual language program. Are we looking at the data for all the Spanish speakers on the north side equally to the ones that are in the west side? I have a concern that we're kind of stuck in a place where if we condense the programs of the dual language into one place, we're going to handicap the whole dual language track. How many students are currently in dual language at our middle school at Highland Park? Do we know approximately?
Through the chair, Director Creel, yes, we can get that information right now.
I would just be concerned that we are going to make parents decide to drop from Spanish dual language because they don't want to make the trek down to this new site. And that is going to have a 3 or 4 or 5 year repercussion into our enrollment and really handicap the program going forward. It's a very, very important. One thing that I learned through going through education and as a dual language parent was that there's a critical age between the 5th grade and the 7th grade where students really, really struggle, and it's crucial that they have as much support as possible. And that's actually some of the times when we have the most attrition of students leaving the program because they say, I don't want to speak a new language. But it's actually developmentally appropriate to do that because that's a time when you're questioning a lot of things. And in fact, once they come out of there is when we start seeing a huge increase in how do you call it? In achievement, we'll call it that. And so I really have a high concern. A really, really big concern about our dual language program in the district if we condense it all to one end of the city. I'll leave it there. I have a couple more questions, but I'll probably email them to the group. I don't want to take all the time.
Who's next? Director Broderick?
Oh, you want to go?
I just had one clarification about the EBD program. I'm assuming that's the level 3 site. My understanding is there are every area in the district has an elementary site that houses in a level 3 EBD program. I just want to confirm that just for clarity.
Thank you. So, through the chair, we're trying to get ourselves together here to address Director Carrill's question. So, I would like to have Marcy Dell come up, Deputy Chief Marcy Dell, to help clarify how special ed sites are chosen and where they are throughout the district.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, our Superintendent, Dr. Gothard, and Director Carrill. In action, we just talk about special education and how comprehensive this has been. We've been right there at the table, working and talking about where do our students live, what area are they from, and how can we keep them with their siblings and their neighborhood friends. And so each of the areas, we've developed pathways for specialized programs to support the students that live within that area. And one great thing is that we've talked about EBD or specialized programs, setting 3, is that we've been decreasing the need for that because of inclusion of students in special education. So where we once had 3 classrooms at Wellstone, we now have 1. Each area only needs about 1 classroom, not each building, each area, based on student need. And that is the great work we're doing for part of inclusion in special education, and it will be shown through Envision.
Thank you.
I think we're also getting the question for you around how many students are currently at Helen Miller that are feeding from the 3 programs, Riverview, Wellstone, as well as Adams, too. If Director Williams, you could send me that information. We can take some other questions for this particular area prior to a break. If not, we can have the answers right when we come right back from break.
Director Broderick?
Thank you very much. I just want to echo what I had said earlier about my concern for us making sure that our immersion programs, both dual and single, are very vibrant and are performing at an excellent level. And so therefore, I'd like to have someone talk a little bit about the advantage of having Riverview as a dual, our only dual immersion school, and then keeping Adams, which has been a star school for us, as a single immersion school, and so that we'd be concentrating on 2 sites in the area of Spanish immersion. Could anyone talk to the advantage of doing that and no longer offering the dual immersion at the present Wellstone site? Could somebody answer that for me?
Through the chair, I've had the opportunity to be involved in the immersion programs, both the one-way and two-way immersion program for about 10 years. And we've had conversations over and over through Superintendent Silver to today. And there's been discussions about if we would be able to, like the questions I said, I referred to earlier on, will multi-campuses, would that lead to us being able to build a sustainable, impactful immersion program? The answer to that is no. Over the years, we've struggled to align the Riverview and the Wellstone, and we haven't been able to do it in a way that we have done with the Monk program. And so these same questions, we pose these same questions to among families. And they all, in our envision, he said, they wanted one campus. And that one campus will effectively allow us to strengthen and build the Hmong immersion program. Hence the recommendation of merging Jackson and Phelan Lake. We pose the same questions to our French immersion the envisioning group. And they all agree that for us to strengthen a pre-K-12, intensely focus on it, it will be advantageous for them to merge both campuses under one roof, and that would help strengthen and build a sustainable program. So it's with the same mindset that this recommendation is made. If we have one-way immersion, which is the oldest in St. Paul Public School, you could see the success over and over, even with the French and Jiming. If the two-way immersion program are merged together, as has been talked about in the past over and over, we will be able to build a more sustainable program that will meet the needs of all of our students, especially our Latino kids who are ELL students. Our resources are all over the place. We need to compress, not expand. That is my position. It's going to allow us to do exactly what we've been doing with the Hmong program, and it's going to allow us to do what we are planning to do with the French program. And I believe that Spanish should be given the same opportunity to have that kind of the opportunity to build and expand and compress their program to better serve students. That is my position. That's where I stand. And so I just shared a theory of three separate language, two-way immersion program, and their recommendation to compress so that we can drill deep and build a stronger program.
Thank you very much, Assistant Superintendent. And if I heard you correctly, then what you're saying is that if we were to concentrate our efforts on Adams Spanish immersion as our single immersion program, and then to put all of our efforts and resources into Riverview as a dual immersion program, that we would be, as far as offering to all of our students in the district, we would be offering a stronger Spanish immersion opportunity.
Absolutely.
Okay, now the next question that I must ask then, because I hear this in Director Carrillo's concerns, and that is we will be moving a certain number of kids quite a long ways. If we take the kids from Wellstone that are now in the dual immersion at Wellstone, they'll be going over to the west side. And can you talk a little bit about how we are going to assure, because during my career in St. Paul, I was involved in two different mergers and changes and closing of schools. And so I know the soft skills that are going to have to be involved, not only for the students who are going to be told that they are now going to a school on the west side, a part of town where they may never have been to. And also, are we going to be able to use the expertise and the talents of the teachers and staff members who were at Washington dual immersion, pardon me. I keep confusing the fact. The old man in me wants to call Wellstone Washington because that's what it was when I was a kid. So let's get back to Wellstone. There's people that have been working very hard to try to make a dual immersion program successful at Wellstone. And can we talk a little bit about the kinds of things that are going to be done for those students who will be moving from Wellstone dual immersion to Riverview dual immersion, which is a big move for kids across town and across the river? And also, are we going to make sure that those staff members who have put their heart and soul into Wellstone and its dual immersion part of Wellstone, are we going to be taking care of those folks also? And can we, and once again, I may be getting way ahead of the game, Superintendent Gothard, and I apologize, but you know what? This is all about the students, and it's all about the staff, because that's where the action is, between teachers and students. And so I'm concerned, I kind of like the idea of going and concentrating our efforts with 2 sites in Spanish immersion, but I'm also very concerned about the fact that we have tried very, very hard, and maybe not as successfully as we should have been, in terms of getting a dual immersion program in Washington, and those kids want it. So I'm sorry I rambled so long, and Chief Turner, you've been listening to me talk for so many years. Maybe between you and Chief Effie, you can make sense of what I just asked.
Just quickly before we go to break, through the chair, Director Broderick, and have a answer for Director Carrillo's question too. But first, Director Broderick, I brought this slide up because, as you may recall, last week we actually shared that for about 60% of the current Wellstone students, the Wellstone dual students, about 60% of them, Riverview is actually a further commute. Although it's a further commute by about 1.3 miles. So it's while that's further, it is about a mile further distance than they're currently going from their home. But for 40% of the students, and this is why I brought this map, the area up where river students reside, because for 40% of the families, it's actually closer. So those families that actually live in area B, as in boy, of the school, Riverview was actually a closer drive. It may appear that it is further because of the bridge, and so there may be this perception, but when you look at it and map it out, actually by distance, it's actually closer from the student's home. I appreciate Director Carrillo and others' concern about transportation. In fact, as a district, we are looking at that as a whole, because I don't necessarily anticipate that our transportation is going to drastically improve next year. We'll have more updates for that board later on this year. Although one of the options is if the recommendation goes through for Wellstone, that would be removing a district-wide magnet transportation off of out of the system. And so those buses that Director Carrillo talked about, that was actually just for that one in particular program. And so those buses would be removed out of the system and be able to help transport the system for the rest of the schools. So anytime that there's a district-wide magnet in the system, it does continuously take up more transportation resources because you're going so far throughout the city to capture. That wasn't the reason for this recommendation. In fact, transportation wasn't part of one of our data points. It was one of the pieces that we looked at through the lens, but it wasn't one of the primary reasons why we brought these recommendations to you. And then just to answer Director Carrillo's question, there are about 121 students who currently attend Highland Middle School, that about 63 of them come from Adams, 24 from Riverview, 30 from Wellstone, and 4 from outside the district, currently live outside the district. So that's currently who attends Highland Middle School, 6th graders. And at this time, that is the 6th graders there, just to clarify, not the whole entire middle school program, just the 6th graders. At this time, Chair Foster, we stand rested to take.
Just, if I might just interrupt, because I feel almost like I stole Director Carrillo's time because he so gracefully yielded. But do you have any further questions, Director Carrillo?
I just had one question, which is there was a mention of engagement to the community. The Spanish community was not engaged about this. The Hmong community was engaged, French community was engaged. They had a say in what their outcome was, but the three communities of schools were not engaged on what outcome would be best needed. Now, I understand that there's potentially a meeting being held tomorrow, but from what I understand, it's at the same time that public comment is. I would request that you change that meeting so that the staff can come here. We want to listen to them. We want to be able to have them, give them their right to be able to speak to us. And I think there's plenty of time between now and the decision time to hold 3 meetings with staff at 3 sites. I would prefer if Adams was included, even if it's a one-way. They should be able to listen and participate with the other schools to envision not just a small time frame of what we're doing, but I think longer term we want to understand where we're going as a district. Thank you.
Through the chair.
And before we move on, one quick, well, I promise to be quick, but I'm going to give just a quick history because Washington, the building that we've talked about and that Director Parent talked about has been a landmark on Rice Street forever. And it's not just a historic looking, traditional looking high school that stands on a hill. It has had extensive remodeling and renovation over the years. Back in the 1970s, before I arrived there after leaving Mechanic Arts, there was extensive accoutrements added to that building, which made it a much nicer senior high school. The field house in there and other things that were added. And then, of course, as you mentioned, in the late 70s, while I was teaching there, that's when that combination architecturally between the community ed and Washington High School building proper, which you described, that opens out now on the hill underneath the Washington High School. That I was involved in that because I actually taught in a room that was moved because I was moved. So that building has been worked on for many years, and during one of my earlier terms on the board, we invested something to the tune of $18 to $19 million into the building, which is now Wellstone, which at that time was Washington. I think we might still have been Washington Junior High rather than Washington Middle School. But I can remember being out there with Dr. McCullough and taking fellow Rice Streeters, the people that look old like me, on tours of that building, and they were so proud of the fact that at that particular time, the name was going to stay Washington, which it did until Arlington closed and we moved Washington down up the street. But I think we need to do some serious consideration as we re-envision not only that building and what the purpose of that building is going to be, but also as it's tied into the efforts of re-envisioning Rice Street, which many of us have heard a lot of talk about. And I know our city council people out there and the mayor is very concerned about Rice Street. And I'm, as an old Rice Streeter, I'm very concerned because Rice Street, I'm afraid to say, is sort of on the brink, but I think it's on the brink of going great. But I think we want to re-envision. And I said I was going to be brief. You knew I'd break my promise. But the fact of the matter is, I'm sure that everyone on this board for the last week or so has been doing some personal brainstorming about some ideas. And so I would hope that we will come up with some personal, collective brainstorming about what the future of what is now called Wellstone, which historically was always the old Washington, what can be done with that. And just to throw out something that a thought that came to my mind as I sat in front of my fake fireplace in Frogtown, I was thinking possibly that we could use that for a K through 8 Hmong school, and maybe or maybe not continue to have BioSmart in there to maintain that concept of the corridor between Wellstone and Washington, that Rice Street BioSmart corridor. We actually use that term a little bit. And if we were to do something like that, that might allow us to take the French immersion school over on the east side and return it to where it was when it was really doing well in terms of numbers. And that was when it was at Parkway. And I think part of the reason that French immersion lost enrollment was when we went to the double campus. And I cannot verify that. And once again, I'm getting in the habit of apologizing for being long-winded, but you know what? We've got to talk about this stuff because the future of SPPS is on the line tonight and in the next month. Sorry to hold your meeting up, Chief Turner.
That's okay. Through the chair, we've been taking plenty of notes here. The actual questions that we didn't have the answers to tonight, we will plan to bring those back on the 18th with that particular data. And we have been taking notes. And I believe Chief Baker wanted to clarify.
Through the chair, members of the board, I wanted to highlight something that Director Carrero said. It was concerning a meeting that is scheduled with community during tomorrow's meeting. One of the concerns that I have right now is that the community understand that there are options and ways for them to connect with the board. The concern I'm going to have for tomorrow is I already understand and know that there are a lot of people that are scheduled and would like to talk during public comment for tomorrow, and that is not the only way for them to connect with you. That there are other opportunities, and I want to make sure that if and or when they show up tomorrow and all of them are not heard, that they understand that there are other opportunities for them to connect with you. We have scheduled sessions, virtual sessions. We also have public sessions geared for them to have information said to you. So I will defer to the team on the timing of that, but I want to make sure it's clear that if you are coming out to public comment for tomorrow, based on the sheer amount of people that come, you may not be heard at that meeting, but we do have scheduled times for you to talk to the board and provide your perspective so they can hear it throughout this process. So that's the only thing that I wanted to say, Chief Turner.
Thank you.
And I think Chair Foster, members of the board, we're
Can
ready
I
for a
add
break.
to that? I think Director Carrillo had a really good point about making sure that we're not conflicting though, because I think everyone needs the opportunity to kind of chew this up, hear it directly, also be able to show up at board meetings and the virtual and being able to have their voice heard. But they should have an opportunity to gain as much information as they can. And so creating a conflict, I would hope that we don't do that at all in this process.
Through the chair, Director Allen, duly noted. One of the things that I want to also just make sure that we're thinking about what works for the community as well. And I know you're not saying that, but I just want to make sure that we understand that we're in a situation where it's not just always about kind of our schedule, but we want to make sure it works for the community. I do think that there may be opportunities to potentially make some changes to that, so we understand that people are able to show up. But the only reason I brought it up is I am concerned that the amount of people that are planning to show up tomorrow and provide their comments is more than time related, and there's actually a business meeting that you have to conduct as well. So I want to make sure that we're setting expectations for members of the public. Board members understand this, but members of the public may not, that there are opportunities to connect with the board, but duly noted, Director Allen.
Okay. Chief Turner, okay, I'd like to take us into a break at this time. Time is now 7:59, almost 8 o'clock. If we can take 10 minutes and be back, please. All right, we are welcome to resume.
They're not here.
Where's that?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard, the next recommendation is, as part of our comprehensive plan, is to close LEAP High School and expand student offerings and supports at high school language academies. The supporting information is that LEAP is a 912 school. In 2019-21, there were 176 students. 2020-21, 144 students. And though they don't estimate utilization exactly the same at a building like LEAP, the use is at 44%. So there are two individuals who will be helping provide additional context for us around LEAP. The first is Dr. Sarah Schmidt de Carranza. She is the interim executive director for ELL, the Office of Multilingual Learning, as well as interim director Adam Coons, who is oversees the Office of Digital and Alternative Education. And we'll begin with you, Dr. de Carranza.
Thank you, Chief Wilcox-Harris. Through the chair, members of the board, and Superintendent Gothard, thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak to you tonight about the opportunities that EL students are offered at the Language Academy sites here in St. Paul Public Schools. As Chief Wilcox-Harris mentioned, my name is Dr. Sarah Schmidt de Carranza, and I am the interim executive director of the Office of Multilingual Learning. I've had the pleasure of being an employee here in St. Paul Public Schools since 2003. You can do the math on that. For my first 16 years in St. Paul Public Schools, I had the pleasure to serve as an EL teacher at secondary language academy sites. Since the fall of 2019, I've been here at the district office for 2 years as a supervisor in the Office of Multilingual Learning, and now as the interim director. So I would like to think that I am able to speak on what we are able to offer our secondary students with some background knowledge. Something else that I think it is important to note is that my own son immigrated to the United States as a 15-year-old from Honduras, and he attended one of our language academy sites and graduated from one of our language academy sites in 2019. So I view the information I am about to talk to you about tonight, both through the lens of the interim director of the office, as well as a parent of a child who has experienced an education through the school side of it. I would like to begin by just saying what the supports that LEAP High School is able to offer to its students, we are also able to offer to students at our 5 language academy sites. We currently, at our 5 language academy sites, which include Como Park Senior High School, Harding Senior High School, Highland Park Senior High School, Humboldt Secondary, and Washington Secondary. So again, one for each of our areas. Our students who attend our language academies that come to the United States as a secondary student enter the school as a 9th grader. They are given what's called the 6-year graduation pathway. And I'll get to that in just a moment. Looking here at where our LEAP students currently reside on this current slide, We see that here in Area A, 24 of the students who are current LEAP students are in the Johnson attendance area. Students in that area would be offered Harding as a choice. For the east end of Area C, again, Johnson, they would go to Washington. Area D, Humboldt is already a language academy site, and that is the school that they would be offered. Area E, Como Senior, is already a language academy site. Area F1, currently Central High School is not a language academy site, and students would be able to receive language academy services at Como Park Senior High School. And for students in Area F2, the choice in Area F2 would be Highland Park Senior High School. So I just wanted to make that clear before we talk about what that service looks like at each of the sites. Now, on the next slide, I do recognize that this is not probably very easy to read, but what I can tell you is when a student comes in as a newcomer EL student to one of our language academy high schools, the first thing that we do is at the Student Placement Center, they take a diagnostic assessment, the one that is required of all EL students in the state of Minnesota, to determine their English level. If they test in at a level 1 or 1.5, that would be all the way to the left, you see in those blue sections. Students who are level 1 or 1.5 at our language academy sites would receive a 2-hour block of English taught by an EL teacher, a 1-hour social studies class taught by an EL teacher, a 1-hour science class taught by an EL teacher, and a math foundations or algebra 1 math class taught by a math teacher and in many cases co-taught with an EL teacher. For the years 1 and 1.5, those generate elective credit because they are not aligned with the high school standards that you would see in typical 9th grade classes. Where our students are able to start earning credit for high school graduation would be in level 2. Level 2 still spends most of the day within EL support. The level 2 2-hour language block is either co-taught with an EL teacher and a language arts teacher, or it is taught by a teacher who has both licenses. Some sites have people with these multiple licenses. Some sites go for the co-teaching manner. They receive a co-taught world history, physical science, and intermediate algebra. So again, the students are receiving the same required classes that you would expect to see as a 9th grade student schedule, but there is woven in a tremendous amount of support, either through co-teaching or standalone teaching by an EL teacher. The amount of service that our EL students receive in our language academy sites will gradually begin to decrease throughout their time as their language proficiency increases. The amount of direct English learner services that they will receive will decrease. We see that in years 3 and 4 for the level 2-3. There'd be a co-taught English 10 with an English language development course, co-taught human geo, biology or chemistry, and then the math class of geometry. And then moving on, when they enter levels 3 through 5, they would receive 1 to 2 classes per day with EL support, whether that was co-taught or a standalone English language development class. Our next slide, which again may be a little difficult to read, but I'm happy to explain it to you, and I'm also happy to get you these documents later for additional perusal, is looking at our secondary service model for English learners. All the way to the left is our Language Academy student service model. So our WIDA levels of 1 through 2.9 are the criteria, as well as 3 or fewer years in the United States, attending U.S. schools. So level 1 students, just like I mentioned before, would receive 4 classes of EL support. Level 2 would also receive 4 classes of EL support. It is also important to understand that we determine also for our SLIFE students. So students who are SLIFE and Language Academy would still get the same Language Academy supports and other supports that are built throughout the school day. However, once the student no longer qualifies for Language Academy, but they retain their SLIFE status, they would then qualify for additional courses of EL support per day than a student who is not qualifying for SLIFE or students with limited or interrupted formal education. Another support that we have in place is the English learner teacher to student ratio. This is contract language in the most recent contract agreement between the St. Paul Federation of Educators and St. Paul Public Schools. The weighted caseload is a weighted ratio of 52 students per EL teacher at each site. The weighted ratio is determined by giving all students at level 1 a multiplier of 2, so they would be worth 2 student counts. Students at level 2 would get a 1.5 multiplier, and students in levels 3 and 4 would just get the straight ratio of 1 to 1. Once that ratio is determined by site, we would divide that by 52 to determine how many teachers must be allocated to that site to ensure that all students are receiving the appropriate supports and services that they are entitled to, both legally and morally, as it is our duty to make sure that they're able to meaningfully access the educational opportunities that we have available for them. Again, you may have heard me reference earlier the information regarding our students with limited and interrupted formal education. I'll quickly explain in case there is some confusion around what that means. Our students with limited or interrupted formal education, this is a formally recognized condition or label or demographic by the state of Minnesota. And basically, when a student comes in and they haven't had consistent schooling in their home country, so therefore their content knowledge and their literacy skills are not necessarily where you would expect them to be for someone of their age. And that is due to them not having that consistent experience in schools in the country of origin. And that can happen for many reasons. It could happen because of a calamity of some sort. It could happen because of some war. It could happen because in some cultures, only the older students are sent to school. There's a lot of different reasons why that could come about. So that's why when we take a look at when the student does their intake and we determine, does this student meet the criteria set forth by the state for SLIFE? And if they do, then we do make sure that they get some of those extra pushes of service available. You can see here that LEAP currently has 30 students who qualify for SLIFE. But we have students who qualify for SLIFE at all of our language academies. Como Park has 46. Harding has 25. Highland Park has 2. Humboldt has 20. And Washington has 26. So I feel confident that any student with limited or interrupted formal education could go to any of our language academy sites and be met with staff who understand their unique needs and how to best meet them. Some additional things I would like to discuss with you regarding the supports that are available to students district-wide is that we have received guidance both from the state of Minnesota, the Federal Department of Education in the form of a Dear Colleague letter back in 2015, as well as the settlement with St. Paul Public Schools that we have been given the guidance that we need to do more for our EL students across the board. Therefore, in school years 1920 and 21-22, we took the unprecedented measure of devoting all of our district PD time. Rather than having it separated out by content area, that time was devoted for all licensed staff to get 24 hours over the 2 years of professional development specifically geared toward meeting language development needs that EL students have everywhere in the system. Whether you were an EL teacher, a first grade teacher, a 12th grade English teacher, whatever license you have, everybody had to participate in that training to develop the knowledge, skills, and dispositions needed to address language acquisition needs in their content. We also had the opportunity to deliver a tremendous amount of professional development to our counselors regarding the unique needs of English learners and SLIFE, so that our counselors at all of our sites would feel poised and well prepared to meet their needs.
Chair Foster, members of the board, Dr. Gothard, I'm here to talk about how our area learning centers can provide additional support to our EL learners. And so I'm here today as the interim director of the Office of Digital and Alternative Education, but I'm talking about the topic I've come to you to talk most about, which is Gateway to College, which was the school program that I was running prior to this. And so I'm intimately knowledgeable about how EL learners have integrated into that school. And really, first of all, is that Gateway to College is a wonderful option for our EL learners to continue their education, especially for those who aren't interested in going to a language academy or need that are focused on English development and mathematics, and really prides itself on its wraparound services, including counseling, social work, and other social emotional support. So it's key to know that with this change, Gateway to College would be an opportunity for these students to still have that well-rounded education that includes college access in a different way than might be available at our language academies. Gateway to College has been serving EL students since 2017. And with this increase in students, we just add increased support to make sure that all of the needs are at that new ratio. Thank you.
And Director Coons, if I could also add, there is language in the legislature that students who are that gave prior to the 22nd birthday continue on. So, for example, in our K-12 site, a student may turn 21 during the regular school year. They may finish that school year that they turn 21, but they may not start a new school year as a 21-year-old. At Gateway to College, they could, as long as we're enrolled there the year before. So that is another thing that may help strengthening that partnership with Gateway to College. They are able to see, because that language about 21, that applies to all of our states, including LEAP. So something to me, as MLL director interim, I think that would be an extremely beneficial partnership for us to explore further, to be able to offer that extra year for students who otherwise wouldn't be able to get it
due to age. Through the chair, I hope that you heard from both of our subject matter experts about the fact that we have capacity to support our students. It's not just about capacity, we have the wraparound services.
Facilities question, because for us, ALCs in particular, but our special education sites and others, programming drives everything. So I would defer to a programming lead to really respond to that.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I don't know who would be able to answer what that enrollment would be.
Through the chair, Director Cadillo, Mr. Coons works directly with the programming for ALC and can speak to how that programming generates funds and how those funds then are dispersed and support our students. Mr. Coons?
Through the chair, Director Carrillo, in purely from like a revenue standpoint for LEAP to be self-sufficient, they would need to generate, roughly about $500,000 more dollars. They're going in that amount. So we're talking probably around 100 more students than they're serving now. Again, those are estimates.
Thank you. I was just trying to understand that threshold. It's not, Then the other thing I had around LEAP was, what's the decision process to spread them around different sites versus keeping them concentrated in one site as a sub-program where they would be able to get those supports, have the idea of concentrating the supports and having that community stay together. I understand the Gateway to College is a great way to continue students' education beyond the 21st birthday and give them an outlook that's beyond high school, which I think is a very positive opportunity. So I'm just trying to understand, what that decision process was like versus, putting them in these individual sites.
I can speak to that, I think, part of your question. When that decision was made, I was not in the role I am now. I was actually a classroom teacher, but basically with former Superintendent Silva, she looked at where are we having programmings where students are experiencing success, and how can we replicate that success around the district? And looking at LEAP and saying, okay, we have a program here where people have special training to meet their unique needs, and we want to be able to offer that to students in their neighborhood. Or if not like in their direct neighborhood, at least closer. And also looking at how the approach to EL services has changed over time. When LEAP was a new program, it was extremely innovative for its time. There's a lot of years of kind of a sink or swim type of educational experience that was given to EL students across the United States for a long time. And LEAP, I think, was one of the first programs where they said, we're going to really kind of build out a program here for our kids who need this type of service, rather than how can we make these kids who need this service fit into a regular program. So when Superintendent Silva at the time had thought about that, she said, okay, what do we need to help give our students access to academics? Because when we look at guidance such as the federal government's Dear Colleague letter, they're very clear in saying EL students are general education students first, who happen to qualify for this service of English language acquisition needs. So this service will then help give them the access they need by addressing their language needs to help them meaningfully access the rigorous curriculum that any child of that age should be able to access and has the right to access. So that decision was made, as part of the Strong Schools, Strong Communities plan that was former Superintendent Silva's strategic plan at that time. Now, if there are any other colleagues up here who have additional perspective, I will happily turn it over to you.
Through the chair, Director Hadil, one of the expressions that has come to us through LEAP students themselves is that they appreciate the wraparound, appreciate the cohort, but they also want to experience the full high school experience. And that includes all of the athletics and all of the dances and all of the arts and all of a wide range of experiences. One student spoke to me through, as I mentioned, the counselor who has been hired now for 2 years to help support students, and said he wanted to be where his cousin was because his cousin was going to prom and so forth. So it is really about making sure that we have a wide range of offerings for our students and that they can participate and have access to the rigor. I think about some of the students who've been here on SEEB and the access to the rigorous coursework that they have been able to meet, that they're challenged with. And then to remember that that in terms of the supports that, yes, there is trauma involved, but we really want to think about the resilience and focus on the resilience and strength, and not merely kind of trying to wrap around that trauma, but to turn it into that growth and to that growth mindset and to provide rigor for the students. So that's some information we've received directly from students participating in LEAP.
Others? Director Kopp.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleague for asking a couple questions I had. I do have quite a few, and so I'm trying to prioritize them, and I might not ask them all right at the moment, but just some things that I'm wondering about. So as an ALC, how does it compare in size to our other programs?
Through the chair, just to clarify, Director Kopp, you asking the size of LEAP?
The size of LEAP, yeah, in comparison to other ALC programs, kind of like that. The number of students, the staffing, is it comparable? Is it different?
I can speak to the student size. There are about 130 students at LEAP right now, which is comparable to our other two ALC high schools, Gordon Parks and Gateway to College, as of right now.
Okay. And another question I had was, so when the data point about our EL students who are in our comprehensive high schools, who maybe have that SLIFE label, so this is me trying to remember what my question was, so please hold. I'm going to come back to that. I'm going to allow my brain to come back to that. So one thing I'm thinking about, and with kind of that wraparound and that support, I don't doubt for a minute that our language academy programs in our comprehensive high schools are capable of providing the academic supports and the love and care. I have no reason to think otherwise. I don't have expertise in that area. What I think about are our students. And it's not that our students aren't wonderful. It's not that our young people aren't kind and generous. Sometimes it's hard to be different in high school, for all kinds of reasons. It's hard to come with such different experiences. It might be hard to be 20 years old in a high school. I don't know. I've never had that experience. And so I wonder not so much about the capacity of our adults in those buildings to be kind and compassionate and highly competent educators. I think more about environmentally how that experience is for students. And I'm not asking anyone to answer that, but that's just something I'm reflecting on, that I think is an important part of, when we're discussing an ALC that is providing a very specific kind of support. I want to make sure we're asking every single question and not, I think it's a lot to promise. I think coming, and it doesn't mean we can't do it, but I think we really I want to dig into those experiences. And I remembered my question. See, I knew it would all come back around. So how many, in our comprehensive high schools, how many non-EL students, let's say, do we have who, aren't, that we're, not speaking about here, are over the age of 18? Like in our, or, like maybe even 19, let's say, but like who might be in that like 20, 21 in our comprehensive high schools? Is that a large number? What's their experience?
Through the chair, and actually, can I please beg for some forgiveness, because I'm pretty sure the other times I responded, I didn't say through the chair. So through the chair, many times, I would like to, I am not able to tell you off the top of my head who we may have in our comprehensive high schools who might be 19 or over, but I do have data that was emailed to me about our EL students. And at the end of last year, I can tell you that Como Park Senior High School had 64 students 18 or over. Harding had 41 18 or over, meaning 18, 19, or 20. Highland Park had 10. Humboldt had 29. And Washington Tech had 36. So our language academy schools do service our students who are 18, 19, and 20 and 21. I can also speak to that. I did it. I was a language academy high school teacher before I came here. And what we would do, I'm speaking for myself personally, but I know that my colleagues do this as well, is we would then, help to have maybe some different conversations with our older students about what will your next steps be when you leave here. You're turning 21 soon. You can finish out this school year. I want you to leave here feeling like you've got a plan in place for what you want to do next. Whether that is we get them hooked up at Gateway, whether that is maybe some additional adult education depending on their language level, or some other path. But we worked with our counselors to ensure that the students left there feeling like they had a good set of next steps that they could offer. But the question you actually asked, I don't know.
That's okay. It was a little bit of it wasn't a trick question, but I wouldn't have expected that information, but I think that would be helpful to understand, because I think that would be just a unique experience. Just like I think about my own life, which I won't bore anyone with that. But when I think about that time in my life, like that, there's some stuff happening there that is different. And I think about what it means to be having that experience in a comprehensive high school versus having that experience in maybe a smaller community. And again, these are just like, I feel like as board members, or like I'll speak for myself, I want to make sure I'm thinking through this in every nook and cranny and every corner, because it's so important to get to the right answer here. And like, I know it's all deeply personal, but that's why I have so many questions. And
through the chair, Director Kopp, I think given the gravity of what's in front of the board, I'd be happy to come back to you with that information about exactly how many 18-year-olds are in the high schools. Absolutely.
And so I think the last question, I have one that I'm going to save for the, I saw something later in the presentation that kind of the alternate options that I'll save for that. But if in response to Director Carrillo's question about the enrollment target, if it's comparable in size to other programs, is the question that the building is too big? I mean, I think I guess there's at the heart, at the maybe most basic, is kind of the why. If the sites are, if this ALC is comparable in size to other ALCs, are other ALCs needing to have more students, or are they vulnerable? I mean, vulnerable. I want to really understand why this program.
Through the chair, Director Kopp, I'd like Mr. Coons to talk a little bit about two options that I think I spoke of briefly last week related to merging and having space in other ALCs that would make sense and would also provide those supports. And these are just two ideas because I believe there would be time for community to have input and reflect and give feedback. Mr. Coons?
Yeah, through the chair, Director Kopp, an idea would be to provide services for students who had been going to LEAP, especially our newest students or our older students, at an alternative location, which could be one of our ALC high schools, to provide that sort of layer of support in on a shorter term as they prepare for a language academy experience later on, or further along in their time, maybe they would come.
Are coming here from another country, so they have the same understanding. And I'm just wondering what type of supports are we going to add in? What type of mentorship programs? It could be student partnerships. It could be all kinds of things to support the students that are going into these bigger environments. I don't think it's, for our Hmong population, Somali, Korean, our larger populations, I think they find people immediately when they hit the buildings. But I think that there are definitely folks that come from smaller countries that don't necessarily have somebody immediately. And how do we ensure that those folks are connecting with somebody without having a para like me running around looking for the one person from Djibouti or somewhere, and that's what usually happens. I'm like, what? I know another kid. I'll find them. But we have to be cohesive with this. There needs to be a real plan.
Through the chair, Director Allen, I'll give a few examples of how we mitigate that kind of sense of, this huge school, but have a small feeling to it, and then I'll pass it to Dr. Schmidt and Mr. Coons because they certainly have experience with this. But one very basic thing is that the classrooms are clustered together. So the Language Academy clustered, that wing, that area is clustered together. So there is a familiarity or closeness even within the high school. Well, they certainly go for their advanced placement classes, hopefully, as well as their electives. They come back to that home base where they have that shared group of teachers and that shared clustered space. And that's just one example. And I'll pass it to Ms. Schmidt, Dr. Schmidt for more.
Thank you. Through the chair, Director Allen, and all board directors. I want to say I do really appreciate the thought and care you're taking in the advocacy you're demonstrating to the English learners of St. Paul Public Schools. I really appreciate that, both as the EL director and as a EL kid mom. So thank you. And I would like to echo what Chief Wilcox-Harris had said, that our Language Academy students are cohorted. So most of our schools have 1 or 2 sections of like level 1s and level 2s. So these students are together most of the time. They may go from social studies to science to math, but they do travel together, kind of the way that you would see with maybe a elementary school classroom. But rather than the specialist coming to them, they may move around the building together. And so they develop some pretty close bonds, and they're able to kind of navigate a lot of those kind of new to this building concerns right away. Something also that I've seen that you had mentioned, Director Allen, was when we see, oh, I have a new student who speaks Karenni coming. I happen to know that Adam speaks Karenni. So trying to make some of those partnerships with students so that they have kind of that critical buddy that they can go to. And in situations where we don't have somebody else on site who speaks that same language, if it's a very low incidence language, we actually have access now district-wide to Language Line at no cost to the buildings. It's all funded through Director Kilgore's Office of Community Engagement and Family Partnerships. So there's always that option too for staff to call into Language Line to be able to facilitate that conversation with the student or family, and that language will not be a barrier to the student receiving the help or care that they would need. I hope that addresses your question.
I just want it to be intentional. When we don't have an intentional structure in place, that's when that one kid falls through the cracks and he's in gym class 3 times in a row because he doesn't have the language skills to figure out where that spot is and where that cohort is at. And, if they're from Burundi, there's nobody in the building that speaks that. So just be intentional about how we get that done and ensuring that they're getting to the right spots.
Any other?
Through the chair, thank you very much. And at this point, we would like Chief Turner to return and talk a little bit about our alternative plans that were looked at.
Thank you. So just before we go to our alternative plans, just wanted to also have the board look at, wanted to go to Obama quick. Because that was a question and I think it got out of order, so I apologize for that in the slide deck. But Eric, area F, one of the questions that you brought up was Obama, and what were we doing specifically to work with the students that, as a district-wide magnet, students do live everywhere. And I think there was a question, students come from all over. I believe there was a question about really where students come from and kind of the areas. We will do our best to work with families, and this is part of something that the Promise Neighborhood has offered to help have some tailored meetings with their staff and families, particularly at Obama. But as you look at where the students at Obama currently live, our 3 largest areas you'll see are Hazel Park kind of area on the east side, as well as Jackson and Maxfield. So, and as we looked at that data, this is another reason why the Promise Neighborhood will be involved in that a significant number of the families currently attending Obama actually live in the Jackson, the Maxfield attendance area, and then also a number in the Hazel Park. So it just provides you that data that you had asked about last time. Also, the ability to be able to keep students together in a cohort is something that we're really looking at. Really actually want to have the ability to talk to families and see if that's of interest. When I say cohort, for instance, is there a particular number that would like to go together and go to Maxfield? Is there a particular number that would be interested in being supported at JJ Hill, where the building is going to currently Obama be repurposed as? So this really comes down to, and I hope you have heard it today, we have enough flexibility, we have enough capacity, overall capacity in our system, that we can really prioritize our families' choices, the ones that are being impacted really with this. And as the board makes the decision, we immediately go into working directly with the families. Now that this decision has been made, what is it that you want? And what is it that you would prefer? So I know there were questions regarding the alternative options, and we did consider alternative options, and I'd like to just walk the board through some of those things that we did talk about and we did consider. And I thought it'd be most helpful to look at this by area of the city again. So in area A, we did consider, when it came to Parkway, should we look at that as a program where we could, have 2 programs in the school at the same time, meaning that the Hmong studies, language and studies program would be in there, as sixth graders, and then we'd also have seventh and eighth grade Montessori students in the program. And what we talked about that, and what we decided on that is that what that does is it allows the students, the school to have students in it, but does it really prioritize the program and the needs of the students? We've learned before also that when we had two programs in Parkway, both the community program and the Montessori program, it didn't work. It didn't. The programs didn't work, thrive together. And so we would be put in Parkway right back into the same position, a position of sharing the building with a different program. And they were clear with us before that that wasn't an ideal model for the Montessori program. And so we resolved on closing, with the recommendation as it stands, closing the building and allowing the repurposing the building for the Hmong program, and the Hmong program will grow 1 year at a time. In Area B, we did consider other options. We considered merging Highwood Hills and Battle Creek, having kind of an upper and lower campus. As we looked at that and looked at the data and the numbers, the capacity within both buildings, we quickly came to realization we would be actually then creating two underutilized buildings. And so now that Battle Creek is a program that is sustainable, and if we were to remove a portion of those grades and put those grades in the lower campus or Highwood Hills, then Battle Creek would no longer be sustainable, nor would Highwood Hills. So that added to it. We also considered if we close in another Area B school. So this came down to which Area B school is it. So we could have looked at closing, recommending Highwood Hills, Dayton's Bluff, Eastern Heights, or Battle Creek. And so we came with the recommendation as we looked at the historical data of Highwood Hills. We could have also, as you looked at the data, we could, as you all said, and we shared with this last time with the map, when we looked at the underutilized schools, there's also other underutilized schools in that area. So the other alternative was to present Highwood Hills and another Area B school. We felt that that was just too much for that one particular area, to have two elementary schools closed in one geographic area. As we moved throughout Area C, there were a few options that we considered there, that we considered changing attendance boundaries there to look at trying to have more students accessible to John A. Johnson, and kind of redrawn the boundaries between Dayton's Bluff and John A. Johnson by expanding John A. Johnson's. And we really felt that those communities are they're just vastly different, and would also be, the high school pathways would no longer be aligned, meaning that if we were to extend John A. Johnson's boundaries over further east and further south to more align with Dayton's Bluff, is that half of the students would be going on to one middle school, to Area B middle school. The other students of Johnson would be going to an Area A middle school. And so you wouldn't have this cohort of fifth graders moving on together in sixth grade. So that didn't seem like that was an ideal option. As we looked into Area D, we had several things that we considered in that area to leave Riverview community just as within one section there. And that didn't seem like that fit with the well-rounded program. And we also know, in addition to well-rounded, it's just not a good education pedagogy to have one section of anything. It's just difficult for teaming, for planning, and so it's not the best experience for students. So we didn't present that. We also considered closing Riverview and merging with Wellstone at Wellstone. We ran through all that same data, similar to the conversation the board just recently had, and we just felt like we could not leave the west community, west side of St. Paul, west side of downtown, with only one physical school in the entire neighborhood. That just seemed like not an option that the community would support, nor was it good from a facilities planning, from a school district planning, to have only one school in an entire community. Then the other option we looked at doing in Area D is leaving Cherokee as a Montessori school, but the community has clearly shared with us the desire to have a strong pathway to Humboldt and the return to Cherokee as a community school. As we move through Area E, there were multiple things that we also considered in that. We looked at Move and Leap to co-locate with another program, and that sounds like an option that we could potentially still consider. I will say with that, I would think of Leap not so much about the program being sustainable or not. It's part of students having access to. And so the fact that they're isolated in another whole physical building prevents the opportunity for easy access to those advanced placement classes or to some of those other rigorous academic supports that Dr. Smith talked about, as well as Dr. Wilcox-Harris. So that was one of the things we considered with LEAP. We considered closing Wellstone and moving the program in there, moving the Hmong program as Director Broderick, the Hmong Dual program in there immediately to work as an upper campus and a lower campus with Phelan. Although as we looked at the distance between the two, it didn't really feel like an upper and lower campus. Once you get beyond about a mile, it doesn't really feel like that for parents. Because if you think about if parents are dropping off at upper and lower campus, if they have children in two different grade levels, it's not very convenient. As well as staffing, when you collaborate with staff and you have specialists going between two different buildings, it's not a good use of time that staff have to drive that far. So it didn't really appear to be a really good option for upper and lower campus. We considered leaving Wellstone BioSmart alone in the program, but it wasn't sustainable. And then you become to a point when you think about having a unsustainable program in the central part of the city that offers citywide busing. Not only is it unsustainable, it's a significant cost to the transportation infrastructure to be able to bring that many children in from different parts of the city into a program that's already not sustainable. And into a program, as we heard earlier from Mr. Childs, that's not necessarily offering a science curriculum. We also considered moving BioSmart intact to give parents intact to Crossroads or to Farnsworth. But again, we didn't feel like that was fair of us to make that option, to just require families to go to a year-round school and a school with uniforms. It should be a parent choice. We also looked at demagnetizing Wellstone BioSmart. And as you looked at the data that we shared earlier, that with only 22% of the students coming from Area E, if you take off the demagnet, they were just a Wellstone community school in Area E, only 22% of the students actually live in that area. So the rest of the students would not get a bus to that school. And so that was an option. We also have to keep in mind that Area E, if you take Area E off the magnet status of Wellstone, there's not a need to have another Area E community school. The simple fact of the matter is we have 3,000 excess seats already in Area E. So the question then to the board would be, if you're going to add another Area E elementary school to our portfolio or school options, what other two or three are you going to, or one or two are you going to close? Because there's just not a need for it. And then we talked already about Riverview Spanish, moving Riverview Spanish to Wellstone, but that would leave Area D with one school. Then in Area F, we considered shrinking the Highland Park boundaries to draw fewer students. That would allow more room in the school, but wanted to acknowledge that we changed Highland's boundaries back in 2014. High school, when you redraw high school boundaries, it's huge to the community, to the school. It has athletic implications as well as program, and so we just felt like that wasn't what Envision SPPS wasn't about altering boundaries, and we didn't make that decision to come forth. So those are the alternative options that we considered, and I I think at this time, Chair Foster would be happy to stand for any questions regarding any of the alternative options.
Thank you. I'll open the floor for directors. Director Allen.
So it sounds like there was just other alternative options of closing mergers, or there was a couple around boundaries that seemed to be outside of what we're going. What I was looking for was alternatives that are outside of the box. Um, I'm trying to see, did we think about any other options besides closing or merging schools before we decided to close and merge schools? And what were those, and why didn't they work? Why weren't they the option that you chose to propose to the board? That was my exact. I guess I wasn't clear about that. I'm sorry.
Through the chair, please forgive me, but that's still not clear. So would you mind to share maybe an example of?
So, school A, who's struggling with enrollment, is there an alternative to maintaining that school and get them back to a sustainable spot without closing the school? Did you ever think of any other options? Was there a conversation with the foundation to fund arts until we got enrollment up through the strategic enrollment plan? What did, was there an alternative to creating a well-rounded school and figuring out a way to make it sustainable? Because I know we can create a well-rounded school today and next year, right? And maybe even the next year if we work really, really hard, but it's not sustainable. I know that we're trying to create sustainable schools. So was there an alternative way of doing that? And did you take any consideration into any other options besides merging or closing schools to create a sustainable, well-rounded program?
Through the chair, Director Allen, I think from a overall perspective, where we started this conversation with earlier today is that this district with 8,000 excess seats, the simple fact of the matter is we need to look at our excess capacity. We're working at it as a form of well-rounded, and that's what we want to get to, and that's our goal, and that's the framework that we chose to present to this board, and the board adopted the Envision framework. However, without that, we definitely could have looked at a different way to come to it. But regardless of how we get here, as a system, as an organization, we have too much capacity in our system, and we are using dollars that should be used for a well-rounded program, for teachers, for students, to go into operational efficiencies. And that's the part that is difficult. I see Dr. Gothard's light on it. I want to add.
You can please finish up.
Okay, I'll just finish the statement and hand it over to Dr. Gothard. But that was our alternative, to consider the slate of schools or another slate of schools. I think in the meantime, we do have the gift of the ARP to get us through this current year and next year as a temporary funding, and our chief financial officer has told us over and over again, this is a temporary funding support to be able to bridge us to get to the vote. If we didn't have that, the reality of it is that school that decision should have been made effective this school year if we didn't have the gift of the ARP.
Chair Foster and Director Allen, what I'd add is that, I really want to see St. Paul Public Schools get to a place where we can fund structures in our school buildings that we can build on. They're successful and we can sustain them. And we sustain them because parents, family, community members know that if I go to school A, this is the schedule. These are the educators and support staff who I can count on being there every day. When we try to do so much and we spread our resources out, the decisions that we make haven't been closures. They've been what resources are we going to remove from that school? So that structure becomes broken. And that's the cycle that we're in right now. So, yes, we could continue to patch together what we can. We can continue to, to work together with the community. We'll do that anyway. But to get us to a place where we can invest in a structure that's successful, it to me is the goal of Envision SPPS.
And, I guess I was thinking beyond the ARP funds, if they did not exist, in my own community organizing mind, I'm thinking of partnerships with corporations and businesses, foundations, and different folks that can take a school that is not fully funded right now and get them to a well-rounded place. Now, I'm not as expert as all of y'all folks, right? And I am also one brain. So as an organizer, I think about the combination of people that can think of other alternatives besides the one I can think of that I know is not sustainable, because foundations will pull out, corporations will fall. In 10, 20 years, it's not going to be there, right? And so I'm just really urging and wishing and hoping that all of our smart brains in this district are coming up with thinking deeply about alternative ways that we can create well-rounded schools, sustainable, well-rounded schools, while we're making such huge decisions like this. Director Broderick.
Oh, thank you very much. My questions are going to be real quick, direct this time. Because after listening to the entire package being described and now the alternate options, could you refresh my memory and just tell me very quickly, according to the package that you're currently proposing, what's going to happen at Parkway?
Through the chair, Director Roger, Parkway will be repurposed to be a upper campus for the Hmong dual language and studies program. So for the Phelan would be the lower campus, so that will house pre-K through 4th or 5th grade. And the reason why I say 4th or 5th grade, that's some work that we want to do with the school community, with facilities, to see what portion would fit the best and work the best with program at the upper campus. And the upper campus would be 4 through 8 or 5 through 8.
So what grades would be at Parkway?
Parkway, well, so let's just go with traditional. Parkway would be 6th through 8th grade.
6 through 8.
And through the chair and Director Broderick, I hesitate to say it's 6 or 8 or 5, 8, because we have some flexibility, and we would like for program to help decide that. If you think of global arts is pre-K through 4, and 5, 8 is at the upper campus. And so we have some flexibility to do that. When you look at Farnsworth, again, the lower campus is pre-K through 4, upper campus is 5, 8. And so it doesn't need to be a facilities directed conversation. It can be a program. When we sit down with the principal and the assistant superintendent and the school community, what grade configuration works best at what campus for you? And so that's why there's a little bit of room there for some flexibility.
Okay, and then where would French immersion be located?
Through the chair, French immersion would be located at the upper campus that's currently off of White Bear, Ames and White Bear.
Wait a minute, upper campus where?
The upper campus is not moving, Director Broderick, for LNFI. The upper campus is where the current building is. Can you help me with the address, Director Parent?
Well, where's the lower campus going?
The lower campus is, through the chair, the lower campus is going to be combined together at one physical building at the upper campus.
And that building is?
That building is, we're getting the address here, 1760 Ames Place. It's the current building where they currently exist right now.
Okay. And then, according to the current recommendation, Wellstone would be in limbo at this point in time, and we would be re-envisioning it.
Through the chair, Director Broderick, yes, that's the physical building, yes.
Okay, and I'm looking at the ultimate future for Parkway and for the French immersion program, but I'm still struggling because we're going to be taking structurally one of our finest buildings that we've invested a lot of money in over the years, and which we are in all agreement is an integral part of that community. And we're not finding a use for that now. And it seems to me like we could possibly find a use for that, either to remedy the situation for the Hmong dual immersion or the French immersion. And my thinking would be the Hmong dual immersion going to that building, which was originally built as a senior high and for many years was a junior high. And that could be a K through 8, a dual immersion Hmong building, and allowing Parkway then to become once again, as it was before, during the heyday of French immersion, to become the single campus for French immersion. And once again, as I said, I know all of us have done this kind of thinking at home on our own, but I'd like to at least throw that on the table.
Through the chair, thank you for that, Director Roderick. And we did look at early on at another building for the Hmong Dual program. And in fact, Wellstone, the physical building at Wellstone is actually smaller than Phelan. It may not look like it, but from a square footage standpoint, it's actually smaller building than Phelan. And so to move the Phelan program to Wellstone doesn't add any capacity to welcome the upper campus or K-8 format. It actually puts them into a building and they would basically have outgrown it immediately once they went to that particular site. And that actually was something we discussed at the workshop level, the work group level, the Hmong work group, because they actually came up with that same recommendation. But as we look at the square footage, it didn't allow them to really truly be a sustainable pre-K-8, nor did it allow any growth at all.
Did I hear you correctly that you said that Phelan is larger than Wellstone?
Through the chair, Director Broderick, Director Parent, yes, could you provide some square footage?
Through the chair, Director Broderick, Chief Turner. I don't actually have square footage in front of me. They are remarkably close. So per our last use and utilization study, Wellstone Elementary has a design enrollment of about 700, whereas Phelan is about 660. So they are remarkably close in terms of size. There is no functional difference in terms of the elementary size program that the two buildings can support. I do also, if I may for 1 second, I want to highlight a piece that you mentioned that I fundamentally very much appreciate and align with Director Broderick, which is the Wellstone building there on Rice Street on Marion, technically. Fantastic building. We very much think it's a great part of our portfolio. But I want to reinforce that in terms of current building condition, I want to reinforce that it actually is about average in terms of the building condition. There is part of the reason we are doing that multi-million-dollar mechanical system work in the coming couple of years is because of those deferred maintenance needs. And it's really important that we highlight to the students that may be transitioning from Wellstone to Riverview to reinforce that they are both very good buildings. And in fact, Riverview is actually in better condition currently than our Wellstone building. So I just want to highlight that they are both very great buildings that I think students can feel very supported and proud to be in. So I just want to highlight that for both communities.
Okay, and that does surprise me because Washington Senior High School, from the middle 50s until it closed as a senior high in 79, was grade 10 through 12. And I imagined it as a pretty good sized building, and I worked there for 3 years in the late 70s. And it just astounds me that you're saying that it would be comparable because it was expanded. I'll trust your figures, Director Parent, but unless my memory's playing tricks on me, when I was working at Washington High School, I thought it was a pretty big school.
And through the chair, Director Broderick, just allow, if I could just reiterate, one of the things that was very important for our Hmong work group is that they wanted to be able to have enough capacity for a pre-K through 8th grade, whether that be in one building or in an upper and lower campus. So as we looked at Wellstone as one building, it just wasn't enough physical capacity to provide a sustainable pre-K-8 program in that building. Then as we looked at it for upper and lower campus, the distance between Phelan and Wellstone just was not the distance that we would tend to support a upper and lower campus. They're just too physically far from each other. So that's primarily the reasons why the recommendation stood as is.
However, Washington does have, as I mentioned earlier, some extra features that were there when it was a senior high school and made it one of our nicest middle schools. And then, of course, with that big addition in the early part of this century, 18 to $19 million to the tune of that, I would just hate to have all of those extra features that are in that building going to waste for any length of time, but certainly we need to have a vision for that building. I think that's imperative, and not just because I'm a sentimental old fool, but because it just makes sense.
Director Kopp, did you have questions? I saw someone's light.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm just daydreaming there for a second. So looking at this alternative option of LEAP, possibly as co-location, I don't know what the possibility of that is, but I think if that is something that can be considered with the expertise we have in front of us and the expertise at LEAP itself, if there's a conversation that maybe could happen. I don't know what that looks like or how that fits into what we're doing here, but I think if there is an opportunity for that, to explore that in this time period, I think this is a great time to do it. I don't want to think a month and a day from now, or a month and 2 days from now, that we missed an opportunity to explore that. If there's indeed an option, or just we have time, and so let's. I would just encourage that conversation to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Noted.
Director Allen.
Chair Foster, just before you take another, can we just correct it? So it's a very interesting day when I know a little bit more about a facility than Director Parent, but I'm going to allow him to correct his previous statement.
Thank you, Chief Turner. Through the chair, my apologies, board. My haste, I was actually reading the wrong column. So in our most recent use and utilization report, Chief Turner is correct. It is actually has a higher capacity than the Wellstone building. Wellstone has a capacity of 700. Per the most recent use and utilization, Phelan has a capacity of 774. So my apologies on that. Thank you, Chief Turner.
Duly noted.
But it doesn't have all the extras that are in that building on Rice Street.
All of it's duly noted. Director Kopp.
Yes, just to follow up, I think in the alternate options considering, I wanted to echo what Director Allen was mentioning. The little bit of like let's push into what are the options possible. One of the things that I was doing in preparation for these meetings was looking at census tract data, which is very lovely and dry, but one of the things that jumped out at me, and a surprise too, was looking at data for that it's not available yet for the 2020 census, but we do have data that's 2015 to 2019 range of students, or not students really, but just kids age 0 to 4, and looking at the potential of tapping into what are our next generation of students. I noticed that the neighborhoods that have surprising amount of students that are just sitting there, ages 0 to 4, attract in the how do you call it? The west side, several tracks in the east side, several tracks on the north end, and so and thinking about that. Yes, we have excess capacity, but what are we doing to attract those students? And what are we doing to prepare our sites to potentially attract those students? We've talked about, potentially partnering with the city and providing sites for, what it is a need that parents have to, take care of their pre-K students, and we're talking about ages 0 to 4. So I see the plan and the alternate options considered. I was wondering why it wasn't considered to, use Riverview as a community school to fulfill that wish for the community to have an option to move into Humboldt and to leave the the Montessori program intact, which I have heard parents wanting that. Now, I don't know about the community. I think the community cry is not necessarily that they don't want the Montessori. The community cry is that they want an option for Humboldt to feed into, and that's a very valid thing that we need to listen to. We have the site. The other question too is, what's going to happen with our dual language programs. I'm just speaking now less about, the choice of what we're doing with the dual language programs and more about tapping into that 0 to 4 population. And what are we doing to get to those students? Because to my understanding right now, or at least as of 2019, there was 0 to 4, maybe about 1,000 students or 1,000 kids in the Riverview area, and definitely double that in the North End. So if those kids are choosing, or those parents are choosing out of the district, we need to intervene with those kids, because that's just, going into this crisis and not doing anything about those students sitting there, to me is a bit of a big problem that we're not addressing.
If I could just add to that, I spoke with Dr. Laura Erickson during the break, just specifically about that. It would be great to hear, as we're looking at this envision from that team, a little bit more about our early childhood family education, birth to 5 opportunities for community. Other board members? Director Allen?
I'm kind of going backwards, but did we talk about what we were going to do? We talked about what was going to happen with the Jackson Community School, but what's going to happen with the Hmong History program?
Through the chair, Director Allen, the Hmong program, at Jackson is going to merge with Phelan. At Phelan, and if you're referring to the Hmong Studies.
Hmong Studies, yes.
Hmong Studies is going to merge with Phelan at Phelan as well. They'll be given the option if they would like that.
How long has that Hmong Studies program been happening?
Director Obama, could you maybe help me with that answer?
It actually, through the chair and through the chair, the Jackson program started as a bilingual transitional program and became a Hmong dual language program through the Strong School, Strong Community, which was when Valeria Silva was here, superintendent, about 10 years ago.
And the Hmong History program was aligned with that at that time? So it's been in effect for about 10 years on an elementary level, Hmong History program?
The Hmong Studies?
Hmong Studies, yes, Hmong Studies.
Through the chair, Jackson does not have the Hmong Studies, only Phelan Lake has the Hmong Studies.
Oh,
Jackson just has the two-way immersion program.
Gotcha. How can we expand the Hmong Studies program into other spaces? Is where I was going with this. One, I don't want it to go anywhere. So please don't phase it out in the midst of the merge.
No, it's not.
We're supposed to be extending our culturally relevant curriculum, being that this is a program that's been in existence for a long time on an elementary level. I would love to see it expand. I could speak to so many ways that this would benefit the city of St. Paul as a whole if all of our students could have access to Hmong Studies.
Thank you. Through the chair, Director Allen, actually, that is a suggestion or request of the Hmong work group, is that we continue to talk and have discussions about Hmong Studies, and could there be an option within the city that for families that didn't want to study Hmong language, they would still be able to study Hmong studies. So that is definitely part of the continuing on of Envision.
Thank you.
Others? All right, through the chair, I'd just like to finish up with just reminding the board and community with our timeline. I know board has received some emails and concerns and just comments regarding, the timeline or this decision happening too quickly. Did we not enough time for input, for comments? And this project or project, Envision, has been going on since January of 19. We had put forth that in 2021, that was kind of the pre-planning where we're really beginning to work on the develop the framework. That's when most of our work groups were really doing work. In spite of the pandemic, most of them kept going. This year that we're in now is really where we were bringing together all the findings from the work groups, all those 120 people that were participating in the reports that are minimally anywhere from 10 pages to 100 pages each report. And they put all that information and data together, and then the core team took all of those findings, answered all those questions from the work groups, and began to put together scenarios of different ones, looking at the data, historical data. And that's kind of where we're at now, where the core team put together scenarios, had an external facilitator walk us through the data so we could really look at it from a neutral standpoint, and threw a number of ideas out there on the table. From there, we settled on a comprehensive, interrelated recommendation that included all of the programs in one recommendation. And we presented that, and that's what we presented last week. The rest of this portion of this year, the ideal is that once this board were to vote, we really need as a team to work on everything, putting our options together for families and to work on a budget. And so that's the importance of this board taking a vote in November. While it may seem fast, it actually allows us and families to have the longest amount of time, a respectable amount of time to choose schools to attend the school choice fair. It allows the team to prepare the school choice materials, including the school choice guide, helps us to be able time to actually redraw some of those boundaries or things that need to happen, and present in January what the district's going to look like for the upcoming September. And then we actually move into, in the fall of September, or fall of 22, phasing in the plan. And that will continue to phase in as we move throughout the year. I want to remind the board, we talked about this at the October committee of the board, but it's important to show that we are intentional about our engagement framework, and that the time for engaging, and we use that word broadly, engaging, but we were really, with this framework, we really were being intentional. That the first part of this is informing. That's what we're doing now, is informing families, informing the community, because you really don't ask the question of community or of parents, what school do you want to close? That's a question. It's an unfair question of parents, an unfair question of staff. It's an unfair question that you ask of the community. It should be data that forms those decisions and those recommendations. And so really what you do is you go out to the community and you ask for their feedback based on scenarios, which is what you all are doing coming up over the next several weeks. It's what our principals and our assistant superintendents are doing, is hearing feedback based on the scenarios. So I know the board has received a number of emails that the board hasn't, or the district hasn't done engagement. They haven't asked me about scenarios, and they're actually correct. We haven't asked them what school should close. We've asked them now that the recommendations have been put forward. What's your feedback on that recommendation? And again, this is the framework that we agreed to follow. Once this board has made those recommendations and takes a vote on it, then we will be moving down the spectrum into consult and involve and even some collaborate, meaning that we will be giving full autonomy to those two schools that are merging and coming together. Parents, how do you would you like to work together? Staff, how would you like to work together? What does that look like? Parents, what school would you like to apply for your student? How would you like to transition? What kind of support do you need? Would you like a facilitator to help you through this process? Do you need resources to help you through this? So that's where really communities are going to roll up their sleeves and really get to work. And they have all the way from November 17th, the day after the vote, all the way up until the school starts in September and actually and beyond. And that's really where we would be involving the schools and school communities. And I want to, say that as Dr. Gothard started, and I'll just end with, this is a very difficult decision that this board has to make. And I don't take that lightly. The team doesn't take that lightly. However, at the same time, it is a decision that is very difficult one to ask parents. And I asked this board, if it's not this complement of schools that we've presented, which other schools is it? We're not in a position at this time to not present some school closures. So I encourage the board to continue to use a framework that you voted on, that we agreed on, that we would use. I asked the board to continue to follow down the same path of the structure that we agreed to engage and work with the community, and that you not necessarily look at the communities that come out and are the loudest, that have the most structured emails, because we have used a framework that looks at data and not necessarily from the position of who has the strongest, loudest voice, the most emails. And so with that, we have a number of meetings coming up. You can look at the whole list of school community meetings on the website. They're all out there, both from a district level as well as from a school-based level. And we will plan to bring back that information that we're hearing from the site-based meetings. The engagement sessions for the public information sessions are also coming up. Tomorrow night at the board meeting, public comment is already filled, as Chief Baker has already shared that. So there are a number of information sessions and feedback sessions that the community will have access to. And I think that's it. Chair Foster, happy to take any final comments or questions for myself or the team.
I will open it up for my board colleagues, and I see Broderick will start with you.
Thank you very much. And I want to respond to your last remarks, Chief Turner, because I understand completely, and I asked that question the other night, and as a matter of fact, I asked the question of our legal counsel, Charles Long. I see that on November 16th, this board is going to be making a tremendously important and long-range decision for the school district. That goes without saying, I guess. However, my concern is still about the fact that as we prepare for November 16th, we will either be voting on an entire package, or the actual opposite scenario would be that we would be voting individually on recommendations. And I'll give you a chance, General Counsel Long, to respond to that. I guess my question, however, is if between now and November 16th, people on the board determine that there are certain recommendations that are contained in the package that we find either unwise or particularly devastating to a school community, when the board makes a decision on the total package, they will in effect be making a decision on every recommendation within that package, and therefore they will be responsible for a decision which may be, even in their own minds, and I can't speak for everybody on the board, but in my mind, for instance, that might be terribly detrimental to a particular school community or a particular section of town. So will there be an opportunity between now and November 16th for us to extract some things from the total package so that on November 16th, we will be able, where we will, I think, be a 6-member board on November 16th, will we be able to make a decision, and will we be able to live with that decision knowing that there are components of the total package which we really, truly, and sometimes vehemently disagree with? And I'd like your response, Chief Turner, and maybe I could hear from Superintendent Gothard. And then as far as the timetable in terms of actually closing buildings, repurposing buildings, or merging buildings, or temporarily closing buildings, will we have enough time to get enough people to come to public hearings and be able to do this legally? So I know in my typical style, I gave a long-winded question, and I'm actually asking for Chief Turner, for Superintendent Gothard, and for the General Counsel, Chuck Long, to respond.
Chair Foster and Director Broderick. So the comprehensive recommendation has been presented to you, and it's been well thought out as part of the Envision SPPS process. It is very much interconnected in that there are very few, if any, maybe one that I can think of, could you really extract and not, and not be able to hold the whole process together. They're all kind of dependent on each other in some way, shape, or form. As a Board of Education, if you would like to make a recommendation to your fellow board members and get a second and vote on it, that is, that is, you can certainly do that. I guess I would, however, administration would like the chance to guide the board as to whether or not it's feasible. I don't want the board to think they're making a decision that not only reflects their values, the community values, but I've got to be able to make sure that if you all approve something, that we can deliver on it. And these are feasible because the teams have been working on them for. Now that doesn't take into consideration the emotion. Okay, this is just from the technical aspect of we can do this. We know we can do this. I would just be afraid that if we start wordsmithing recommendations too much at the board dais, that it could get us into a position where I'm at the table or the board dais saying, wait a minute, I don't know that we can do that. And I just don't know how readily available we'll have information that could help guide your ultimate decision.
Maybe I should respond first to Superintendent Gothard, and then I'll listen for Chief Turner and for our legal counsel. It's still, my basic question, however, is still what makes me uneasy, and that is on November 16th, we are going to be presented with what might be described as similar to an omnibus bill that includes many parts, many elements, many recommendations that individually affect the communities that are named in those recommendations. And so we as a board, I think, have to, if we are going to be a long range and policy-making board, we have to come up with a Envision SPPS that we can live with. However, if we find as individual members that there are elements of the total omnibus bill that we find terribly inequitable and terribly devastating on a particular community, then I think it behooves us between now and November 16th to extract those elements from this larger package. And I guess what I'm asking, my question then, and even though I've talked for so long now, but my question then is there a way for us to make some extractions from the omnibus bill so that on November 16th we can all feel comfortable about everything that's in it? One of the disappointing things that citizens have many times in this country at the federal and at the state legislative level is that they feel that members of that legislative body have voted on a big comprehensive bill and they don't truly know everything that's in it and how much of a collateral damage or negative impact may happen because of that big bill. So my concern is not to be, and I think all of you know me well enough to know that I mean this sincerely, in no way stand in the way of what we need to do to make St. Paul Public Schools a great, for St. Paul to continue to be a great educational system, but also to be economically viable. But I'm afraid that I'm going to have a difficult time on November 16th voting on an entire package if I have something within that package that's a game breaker for me. And now, once again, if anyone wants to respond to that, or if no one else on this board has these similar reservations or concerns, then I'm just presenting a minority opinion, and I don't mind doing that either.
Chair Foster and Director Rajek, as to allow Councilmember Long to respond to the piece about the omnibus bill, we're just reminding what Dr. Gothard said, that says a comprehensive plan. If the one that was presented to the board, excuse me, would like to be considered, I would encourage the board then to find another terribly devastating school that you would have to be. And I don't mean to be a smart aleck when I say that, but if it's not Wellstone, then it needs to be another school. If it's not Gaultier, then we need to find another school in the area. If it's not Highwood Hills, then we need to find another school in the area of Area B. If it's not Johnny Johnson, then are you okay with Bruce Vento? And so I guess the point that I'm making, if it's not this slate of schools, then I would ask this board then to ask the superintendent, director, staff to come up with another 10 schools. That would be the option for the board to consider. We're at a point of that we have extreme excess capacity. And so we thought we have put together a comprehensive plan with a framework that looked at data and that was looked at data over time and that we presented. But we can certainly relook at presenting another 10 schools to this board in which to close. But the option to not close anything and to expect the administration to put together a high quality, well-rounded program doesn't exist without a opportunity to close schools for the upcoming school year.
But that's not what I said. I didn't suggest in any way, shape, or form that we would turn down 10 recommendations. What my concern is that if there's anyone on this board that has a part of this comprehensive plan that they can't live with right now, then they have to speak up right now, because otherwise on November 16th, in reality, they will be voting for a comprehensive plan that includes something that they personally, and maybe even in terms of their own personal values and morals, cannot live with. And and I don't mean to lecture my fellow board members, and I think you know me well enough to know that I would never do that. But I'm struggling with that particular part of the vote on November 16th. Because the vote on November 16th is going to be a vote for a comprehensive program that includes a lot of pieces, some of which I may have very much, personally, may have very much difficulty living with.
Director Roger, can I ask Chief Turner and the team, between all the information sessions, all the meetings that we're having, all the dialogues, the one-on-ones, as questions are on November 16th, could there be tweaks to the package you present to us based on the input we've received over this last month's time?
Thank you, Chair Foster. I think if that's the purpose of the input sessions, if there are information that is discovered, found, heard, that is in conflict with any of the data, and we've made a mistake in particular, and we need to modify the recommendation based on that, yes, that would be the time to do that. Although I do encourage that if the presentations or the comments are, we just don't like it, there's going to be another set of schools that just don't like it either. So it should be based on hard data and facts. Example is if we've really messed up on a capacity somewhere, and we've said 10 sections can fit in a school and actually only 3 could fit. That's a hard fact and issue and an error we've made, and we would need to modify the recommendation based on it. That's just an example. So that would be the time, and there very well may be some that pieces that come up in the public meetings where we discover that. And I think Chief Baker had something he wanted to add.
Can I just add? So I'm also hearing, one, we are a board of 7. So between now and then, if there's a general consensus coming from this board about some adaptation, you would take that into consideration and how that looks and present that to us. Okay.
Chair Foster, yes.
So, thank you, Chief Baker.
Thanks. Through the chair, I just also wanted to say that, yes, Chair, we would be able to do that. I understand, and I just want to say this, I understand that this is a very difficult situation and decision, not only for the board to need to make. As of right now, you're pulling through and combing through the data. You're trying to piece things together. You're making the best decision that you can based on the information that you have. One of the things that will be helpful for us, based on the direction that we have been given and our current reality budget-wise, is things that you feel need to still be lifted up that will help you in your decision making. It would be extremely helpful for us to know that, as we have been continuing to do at these board meetings, but the more specific that you can get, as many of you have, would be helpful for us so we can get that information to you. The only other thing that I would say is I, again, will defer to my colleagues around being able to tweak the comprehensive plan. But as you also know, as board members, they are extremely interconnected. And so if one school is moving, a lot of times it's based on something that's happening in another school. And so I just want to throw that out there to the board to make sure that you're taking that into consideration. But ultimately, we want to support you in your decision making.
Chief Counsel Long, did you have a follow-up to Director Projects?
Chair Foster, Director, Superintendent Gothard, Director Broderick, I don't think I do. I think that between the responses from Dr. Gothard, Chief Turner, and Chief Baker, that pretty much echoed what I would have added. I don't know that I have anything more to add to that unless there's something specific.
Just one very specific thing, and that is, and I agree with you that you probably at this point in time have nothing further to add from a legal point of view, except that within the package, there will be actual school closings. And the Minnesota statutes is very clear in terms of all of the hoops we have to jump through, so to speak, in order to legally close a building. And so as you looked at the timeline that has been presented, do we have enough time to have those kinds of public hearings and public input so that if indeed, when the comprehensive plan is voted on and it contains the closing of a particular school, will we be able to do that legally?
Through the chair, Director Broderick, yes, I believe so.
Thank you.
And through the chair and Councilmember Long and Director Broderick, I'd just like to add that statute actually does look at permanent closings. At this plan, we are, the 5 schools that are being recommended to close are not being recommended to permanently close. We've been very pointed to talk about those schools would be re-envisioned, repurposed. If we came after 3 years, the statute calls for if you don't have an intentional plan within 3 years, then you would need to then have an official public hearing. But at this particular point, the 5 schools that we have made mention of, there's not a recommendation to permanently close those particular buildings.
And I want to thank everyone that responded to my questions. I appreciate that very much, and I mean that sincerely.
Vice Chair Wu?
Yes, I had 3 questions. One is I still don't see a plan for engagement around the school buildings that will be temporarily closed. The ones that are going to be empty, remain empty for a short period of time. I'd like to see that before we vote on November 16th. November 16th, right? That's when we vote. I'd like to see just a timeline, and it doesn't have to be a comprehensive plan from A to Z, right? I just want to see something that brings people together that will come to the board to possibly vote on what would happen to that building. Just a timeline. I'm not comfortable with those schools being empty for a very long period of time, but I'm pretty sure our administration team has thought about this already. I just need to see it. Maybe we haven't flushed it all out yet, but I'd like to see that before we vote. Another thing I wanted to talk about is around our engagement. On slide 67, circle back, October 25th with synopsis of family, staff, and community feedback. Just how are we going to gather information from families? Is it in the same fashion that we've done in the past, where we hear enough comments from families, it gets to a saturation point, and that's what we prioritize as issues, or is it going to be a different way? And my last question is around well-rounded schools. We're basing the whole premise of vision is around well-rounded schools, and I'd like to see examples of effective, well-rounded schools between now and November 16th, just to demonstrate to board members and to the public that Envision will work because we've already proven it. So recent examples would be very helpful. That's all.
Others? Okay. There's been a lot of information, and it will continue to be. I'd like to thank my colleagues. I'm not speechless most of the times, but you guys have been asking really hard questions and bringing community feedback as well. And so I thank you all for being direct. I think what this team does need from us is to be very specific and concrete, so that they can bring us back information that is very specific and concrete. And so I thank you to the team for your work and ongoing work that's going to have to happen. Dr. Gothard, do you have anything to close this out with?
No, I just wanted to, Chair Foster, thank you, and thanks everyone for the great dialogue team. Thanks for the presentation tonight, and we'll see you all back here very soon.
Too soon. The only other thing I would add to this is, we talk about this being emotional. We talk about our responsibility to the district. And sometimes there is a disconnect between trying to do the work and engaging people. We have a responsibility, sustainability for this district, but to know that the choices and decisions we are made are being made to make the best decisions for positive growth for outcomes for our kids. We think about what we're losing, but we also need to talk about what we'll be gaining. And so I'll lead with that as we continue through the next few weeks, thinking about this, about what we're trying to do for our kids, what's not been done in generations. As a reminder, there's a regular meeting of the Board of Education scheduled, did I do this? Oh, yep. Scheduled for Tuesday, tomorrow, October 19, 2021, beginning at 5:30 p.m. with public comment. And with that, I would motion to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. That was seconded by Dr. Broderick. You've been quick to the call today, Dr. B. Thank you. That was seconded by Dr. Broderick. Roll call, please.
Director Carrillo?
Yes.
Director Foster?
Yes.
Director Vu, yes. Director Broderick?
Yes.
Director Allen?
Yes.
Director Cobb?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion was approved by 6-0 vote. The time is now 10:03 and we are adjourned. Thank you all for your time and constant work and efforts.